Mr. Chair, we're live.
Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to this Development Services Committee meeting, which I'd like to call to order. And first order of business, yes?
If the videos could be turned on, please, for Councillor Clark
and probably
yourself,
myself.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much. First and foremost, the land acknowledgement. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Ottawa, Ojibwe, the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous peoples, including a historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the William Treaties First Nation. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on these lands. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory, and the treaties that bind us together as partners in the spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so we can move forward towards reconciliation. At this moment, I'd like to make a second acknowledgement. In every life, there are elders who grow up and evolve in our time. They contribute to our identity and the loves of all people. Such a man was Gordon Lightfoot, who we recognize as a friend of our township. We extend to his circle and family our sincere condolences. We leave to him the final words about the great land that we share. Oh, there once was a time in this fair land when the railroad did not run, when the wild, majestic mountains stood alone against the sun, long before the white man and long before the wheel, when the green, dark forest was too silent to be real. Miigwech, may you rest in peace, and a moment of reflection, please. Thank you very much. With regard to tonight's Council or Development Services Committee meeting, I'd like to extend the regrets of Councillor Hutchison, who cannot make it as she's traveling back from Europe. Councillor Schell is joining us virtually and will be available for questions and commentary. I'd like to also recognize Mr. Derek Whitlib as our new Director of Planning and Development Services. Congratulations, Mr. Whitlib. We look forward to your continuing and honorable service on behalf of our township. And we look forward to working with you as a committee and for the benefit of our residents. So once again, thank you very much. The first meeting that we have tonight with regard to the agenda is, first of all, let's deal with the minutes from the last meeting. May we have a motion to approve the agenda, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Young. It is recommended that the agenda for the Development Services Committee meeting of Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 be received and approved.
All in favor? Carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. May we have a motion to approve the minutes of the previous Development Services Committee meeting, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Shell. It is recommended that the draft minutes of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 be received and approved as printed and circulated.
Members of council, are there any changes? Seeing none. All in favor? Carried. So with that, we move on to public meetings. With regard to the public meetings and the hearings, I'll just read our standard statement, because this is a process that can be obviously appealed later on. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. Each application will be considered separately. Staff will advise the purpose and effect of the application, provide any relevant information, note any correspondence that has been received to date, and advise of any statement received from the applicant or if the applicant intends to make a statement. If so, the applicant will then be given the opportunity to make a brief presentation. After the presentation, any members of the public that have been registered to provide comments or are in the audience will be given the opportunity to speak to the application being considered. The deputy clerk will advise of those who have registered. And finally, staff will confirm if any further correspondence has been received during the public hearing. There will be a separate statement to be read at the start of each public meeting and hearing. So with that, to item 5A on the agenda, which is a notice of public meeting, proposed county official plan amendment, proposed township official plan amendment, proposed township zoning bylaw amendment, Simcoe County file number SC OPA 2201, Township of Oro-Medonte files 2022 OPA-02 and 2022 ZBA-10, Part Lot 20, Concession 5, Oro, Guthrie Settlement Area, Duncor Developments, Inc. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed applications by Duncor Development, Inc. on lands legally known as part of Lot 20, Concession 5, former Township of Oro. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purpose of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. However, this is a meeting. There won't be a decision tonight. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from Canada Post, April 13, Ministry of Transportation, April 13, Hiawatha First Nation, April 14, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, April 17, and Building Division, April 18, Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, April 25, Township of Oro-Medonte Environmental Services Division, dated April 27, Manager of Development Engineering, April 27, including correspondence dated October 14, 2022 from Jones Consulting Group Limited, Donna Veenstra, April 29, Todd and Kim Selkirk, April 30, petition submitted dated May 1st, Brenda and Dulcie Hutchinson, dated May 2nd, and Pat O'Malley, dated May 2nd, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn the meeting over for just one brief moment for the mayor to acknowledge dignitaries from Simcoe County.
Thank you very much, Chair Lavoie. I'd like to welcome our county representatives. This is a joint county public meeting, and I'd like to acknowledge Nathan Westendrope, who's the Director of Planning at County, Doug Measures, Mayor of Clearview, Mayor Lynn Dolan of Innisfil, and Deputy Clerk Jonathan McGill for taking time to come tonight. Welcome to our humble chamber. So, and I hope your seats are comfortable. Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Michael Barton, Township Planning Consultant, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and any written statement, received from the applicant. Mr. Barton.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to say congratulations to Derek quickly. I think you're going to be in good hands with him in that role now. So that's great news. So we have the application location in front of you here. You can see the subject property hatched on the north side of Melville Court to the west of Line 5 North. So it extends over and has frontage on Line 5 as well as on Melville Court. As noted, this includes applications for amendments to both the county and township official plan and the zoning bylaw. It's to facilitate development of this property for 16 single detached dwelling lots plus a development block. It's currently zoned agricultural rural and designated agricultural under the town official plan. It's currently vacant. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the purpose of the effect of each of these amendments, firstly, this will change the Simcoe official plan designation from agricultural to settlements and include the lands in the Guthrie Rural Settlement Area under section 2.2.9.7 of the growth plan. It'll change the township land use designation from agricultural and environmental protection 1 to rural settlement area pursuant to 2.2.9.7 of the growth plan. It will also rezone the subject lands from agricultural rural to residential 1 with exception and open space zone. And as noted, this would facilitate the proposed plan of subdivision for 16 residential lots, single detached, and a future development block. Next slide, please. Here we have an aerial of the existing property. You can see the current vacant condition of the property, as well as how it relates to properties on Melville Court and its termination to the west, and the existing lots that are on Melville, including those that would abut the property where you can see Melville bends towards the south along the east. So next slide, please. This figure shows the existing zoning designation on the property, and you can see it's sitting there in that purple dotted line with the agricultural rural zoning. Next slide, please. We have the current official plan designations on this figure. So you can see on the left figure that the property sits in agricultural zone with the rural settlement area to the south. Under the adopted township plan, it's agricultural, and you can see again the rural settlement area to the south. Under the county's plan, this property is designated agricultural with the settlements designation to the south. Next slide, please. This is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. You can see on the left side of the figure is the future development block with the 16 proposed single detached lots moving along Melville Court. 2 of those lots oriented towards line 5. Next slide, please. To provide existing context, so there's pictures these pictures were taken along Melville on the left side, looking east in the location of this property. The picture in the middle is looking west along Melville, so you would see the subject property on the right hand side of that photo, and then the notice sign as posted on the property is on the right hand side. Next slide, please. As noted, this property extends out to line 5. So the picture on the left here shows the property, and you can also see the notice sign in that picture looking north along line 5, then looking south is in the middle, and then a picture of the sign as posted on the property. Next slide, please. This property is providing views looking at the property then from Melville. So you, if you're at Melville looking east into the subject lands along that existing tree line, that's on the left-hand side. In the center, looking north towards the subject lands from Melville. And then on the right-hand side, a view looking at that termination of Melville Court, looking northwest towards the property. Next slide, please. And then again, this is at that termination point on the west limit of Melville Court, looking into the property. Next slide, please. This is providing views of the adjacent lots. To the on the left-hand side is the lot that's north on line 5. Then in the middle is the lot that is south on line 5, and then you're looking into the subject property from line 5 on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. And these photos provide a view of the existing conditions on the property, so you can see that it is vacant. And the tree line there, on the left-hand side, you can see the tree line and the view into the property. Next slide, please. So as noted previously, there will be no decision at the meeting tonight. We're here to provide context and summary of the application and receive public comments. We will be preparing a recommendation report for consideration at a future meeting once we receive all the comments from the various public and agencies, and we welcome and appreciate those comments. And I did want to say we appreciate county staff attending this meeting as well. I forgot to mention that up front. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barton. I now ask the agent, James Hunter, who is registered to speak to the applications, if he wishes to provide any comments or indicate anything further to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Hunter, please.
Good evening, Mayor Greenlaw. I did prepare a brief presentation that I'd like to share if I'm available.
I think that can be arranged, can it?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Through your worship, I do not have the power to screen share.
I don't think we're at that point yet, but we may need your assistance. Oh, here we go.
Right, much appreciated. Good evening, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council, municipal staff, and members in the public here in attendance tonight. My name is James Hunter, and I'm an associate with Innovative Planning Solutions here in Barrie. Tonight, we're representing Downcourt Developments, Inc. for a public meeting for the lands I will describe as Melville Court. We're here tonight considering official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan applications. Next slide, please. So Mr. Barton provided an overview of the land, so I can briefly touch on it here. So it's part of lot 20 concession 5, which I'll just simply refer to as the Melville property. It's 6.57 hectares with 387 meters of frontage along Melville Court and 86 meters of frontage along line 5 north. The lands have historically been used for agricultural land uses and are currently vacant with the treated area along the eastern boundary. The lands were utilized for common field crops until approximately 2020, after which they've been vacant and idle with the maintenance of grass cutting seasonally. And our clients and the applicants, Downcore Developments, have owned this property since 2005. Next slide, please. The subject slide here shows the subject lands in the context of surrounding land uses. I'll just focus on a few key items here shown in white. To the north is agricultural and residential land uses. Adjacent to the east is the fifth line with environmental lands further on the east side. Melville Court is adjacent to the south with residential uses and existing stormwater block to the southeast. And to the west, we have agricultural and residential land uses. On the south side of Highway 11, we have the Guthrie Public School, which would service this development. And we also have the Oro Community Arena and Fields, which is located to the west at line 4. Next slide, please. So the proposed development that we're seeking here tonight is 16 new residential lots or draft plan of subdivision. This slide illustrates the proposed development. So lots 1 to 12 are 30 meters of frontage, approximately 95 meters of depth, and lot areas ranging from 0.28 to 0.39 hectares. Lot 13 includes 21 meters of frontage along Melville Court and has an area of 0.31 hectares. So that lot's irregular in shape, which provides access to the adjacent lot 14 to the east. And lot 14 has 6.5 meters of frontage along Melville and 0.69 hectares of area. Off of line 5, we have lots 15 and 16, which are accessed via line 5 north. These two lots are frontages of 45 meters and 40 meters, with large lot areas at 0.78 and 0.87 hectares. So the intent of the large lot areas here is that development would occur on the western portion of each of these lots, where it's already cleared of trees and vegetation, and simply driveways would be east-west off of line 5 north. Block 17 is the block furthest on the west side of our development. This has been retained as a future development lot, which would be dedicated to the township for park dedication. And the intent of this application in our draft plan that's illustrated here is to provide a similar lot fabric to maintain compatibility and blend in with the Melville Guthrie settlement area. So the adjacent lots on the south side of Melville are approximately 0.2 to 0.4 hectares, and it has frontages of 40 meters along Melville Court, quite similar to what we're proposing. Next slide, please. To provide a quick summary of our servicing and grading plan, the properties are serviced by private wells and septic systems for each lot. So what you're seeing is orange is illustrating our septic beds, and the blue circles are illustrating the potential wells for each lot. Ultimately, grading will match the existing perimeter grades along the limits of the development, and all utilities are provided off along line 5 north, which is electrical, gas, telecommunications. Siltation and erosion controls are provided through construction mitigation efforts and ultimately enforced through the development of each lot. And we had a detailed stormwater management and functional servicing report prepared, and that ultimately concludes that we do not have any negative impacts on the adjacent lands. Just to highlight, there's enhanced ditching and culverts which will be utilized, which directs flows to the existing stormwater management pond, which is highlighted in a blue square. And that's located on the east side of Melville Court. So we are proposing minor retrofits to this stormwater management facility to improve the function of the facility, not only for our proposed development, but the existing development as well. And the flows from lots 15 and 16 located on line 5 north, they bypass that stormwater management facility and are directed to an existing channel. Next slide, please. To touch on the county's official plan, the lands are designated agricultural right now, and the application we're considering is to bring these lands into settlements through an official plan amendment at the county level. The county plans to promote logical and efficient expansions of settlements to accommodate growth, make better use of lands available for development, and support the creation of new housing options. I want to highlight that through detailed evaluation by our environmental consultants as well as the LSRCA, there is a wetland feature which is shown in a green overlay there, which has been mapped incorrect. As there's no feature on the subject lands, it's referring to the feature on the east side of line 5 north. And collectively, the application meets the county's policy criteria to support an expansion. Next slide, please. To touch on the township official plan, right now it's agricultural as shown in yellow. The settlement area lands are shown in orange, so our intent of the applications is to do an official plan amendment through the township's official plan to bring us into that rural settlement area of Guthrie. And within the rural settlement area, that's where low density residential uses are supported and private services are also supported. From township level, they support growth within the settlement areas to create complete and sustainable communities. And further residential growth is directed to provide and proceed in a logical and cost-effective manner. And ultimately, the application does satisfy the township policies for an expansion to a settlement area and does meet the test for a plan of subdivision approval, which includes your servicing infrastructure, amenities and facilities, compatibility and integration, environmental and logical development, to name a few. Next slide, please. The third application we're speaking to is a zoning bylaw amendment. As the property is currently right now highlighted in red, agricultural rural, given the existing and past land uses. What we're seeking is an amendment to the residential 1 exception zone, as well as the open space zone. So the residential 1 zone is required to permit low density residential uses, including the single detached dwellings, which would ultimately be built on these properties. And the low density residential land uses in the Guthrie settlement area all include the R1 zone. So therefore, we're trying to maintain consistency with the Guthrie area. The draft plan does meet all requirements of the R1 zone except for two lot frontages, which is recognized and highlighted in yellow there for zone exception. And that's specifically pertaining to lots 13 and 14, which are requesting a reduced lot frontage to provide for suitable access to each lot. And that's because it's located along a curved and irregular portion of this property. And ultimately, the lands to be rezoned as open space is that block 17, which is dedicated to the township for parkland dedication. Next slide, please. Just to highlight the provincial policy review, they support growth to settlement areas such as Guthrie, because that's where the projected population and residential growth is to be accommodated for through ambitious levels of development. To support complete and sustainable communities, this is where the housing is directed to support, the future residents of the township. So ultimately, the key goal is to support more resourceful, sustainable, and economical developments that can be efficiently serviced, and to support logical growth that creates opportunities for people to live, work, and play in their communities. The township is growing and there's a demand for new housing, and that's also backed and pushed by the new Bill 23, which is seeking to create new housing options and more affordable, as well as a diversity of housing options in all municipalities. Next slide, please. Just to quickly summarize our applications, our county OPA is seeking redesignation from agricultural to settlements. Mirroring that, our township OPA is agricultural and environmental protection 1 to rural settlement area. The township of Oro official plan, zoning bylaw amendment is agricultural rural, which is the A/RU zone. And we're seeking the amendment to the residential 1 exception and the open space zones. And mirroring the applications, ultimately what we're going to end up with is a draft plan of subdivision, which gets our desired 16 lots and blocks. Next slide, please. With the application, there's a long list of detailed technical reports that were prepared by professional consultants. I just want to highlight a few of those key items, including a planning justification report with amendments, a settlement capability study, the draft plan of subdivision shown here tonight, all worked around the plan of survey. You had an agricultural impact assessment completed by Ryan Environmental Solutions, which demonstrated that the new lots will not adversely impact the agricultural operations or the network by creating these lands in the Guthrie settlement area. The functional servicing and stormwater management report was prepared by Tatham Engineering, which was briefly overviewed earlier in this presentation. And we had an environmental impact study prepared by Roots Environmental, which right now the comments are addressed from the first circulation, and we're pending a second response, ultimately seeking LSRC approval. We had a stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessment done, which has been entered and cleared by the ministry. And then we had geotechnical hydrogeological work completed by PML, which includes groundwater level monitoring, and that's an ongoing situation. Further, there was the discussion with the MTO and the township originally that they did not require a traffic impact study. And ultimately, through the review of the applications, the MTO has provided conditional approval. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, our applications are seeking a minor rounding out of the Guthrie settlement area to include the subject lands. to support this, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and draft plan applications are required for the 16 new residential lots. Key considerations of development, including stormwater management, servicing, traffic, environmental, and agricultural aspects have been evaluated and addressed by our application. And the development would seamlessly blend into the area of Guthrie settlement area and mirror those uses existing today. The lands are located with frontage along an existing municipal road, which is considered a one-sided development. Therefore, this is an ideal location for development to occur. Something to highlight is the land needs assessment completed by the MCR process has determined that the Township of Oro does require new housing options, supporting detached forms on rural lands to sustain the growth projection. And the subject lands possess the foundational elements to support limited residential growth, and the proposed expansion would be considered a minor rounding out of an existing settlement area, which is considered an efficient, sustainable expansion and is supported by all levels of planning policy. So collectively, the proposed development would provide logical and sustainable development to the Guthrie settlement area. That concludes my presentation, and I appreciate everyone for listening. I'll stay in line if there's any questions directed my way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Yes, please stay online. Committee members, do you have any questions or comments at this point? Yes, Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Did I hear you right that the land has not been farmed since 2005? It's been in fallow since 2005? How long has the land then been not farmed? I guess perhaps is a simpler question.
Yeah, to you, Mayor Greenlaw. So the lands were farmed in 2005, that's correct. Since 2010, the lands have been relatively considered idle, with the occasional grass cutting and maintenance.
Okay, because obviously we're all concerned about farmland being taken over by settlement areas, and that's always in the back of our minds, no matter whether this is council or any other adjoining townships. Certainly that's an issue of farmers for all of us to consider. You just mentioned there's a lot of information came across very quickly to us, or at least I think it's quick given my age, but lots number 14, 15, 16, you mentioned that the lots west of those are cleared. What is on these three lots, 14, 15, 16? Are they treed?
Yes, so if I can ask the chair to go actually to the last slide of our presentation, scroll directly to them, please. 2 more slides, please. Perfect, thank you. So this is the draft plan, which has been overlaid on an aerial of the property. So lots 15 and 16, which have frontage off Melville, that do not have frontage off Melville, which are accessed off Line 5 North on the east. You can see a shadowed effect there where there's a treated area. So
Yes.
ultimately, when these lots are developed through our environmental review, we've recommended that we retain those trees and only permit driveways from Line 5 North into the property east-south, so that the new dwellings would be situated in the former farmlands, if I can say that, retaining the trees in a natural state.
Okay, thank you. That's one of my concerns, that often it's just clear cutting and unnecessarily at times, and it just affects the environmental heritage and the older heritage trees of this community. The land behind this proposed development, is it owned as well by Duncore Developments?
Through your worship, no, that land is owned by a separate owner. So that land is farmed as an individual farm parcel.
Okay, that's the only questions I have, just for clarification for my purposes, and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Schell, please. I think you're still mute. Oh,
Yeah,
there you
thanks.
are.
I finally figured out how to get myself off mute. You mentioned that you've addressed stormwater issues, and I can see that there probably will be more water coming down that roadway once those homes get developed in there. And I did notice that that's environmentally protected corner beside lot 16. What did you propose, or what do you think the outcome is going to be with more water coming off those lots, where it's going to end up and how to deal with it?
Yeah, through your worship, very good question. So if I could ask the chair to jump back to our servicing slide, which I believe or please. That one's correct, thank you. So traditionally what you do find in these agricultural areas is pooling and runoff of water. Given the fact that the subject lands have remained agricultural for a lot of time, there really hasn't been any stormwater management controls, and we understand that's been the concern of some of the residents. So we've had the benefit of working with Tatham Engineers, Tatham Engineering on this file, and in 2015, they were actually retained by the Township of Oro-Medonte to evaluate stormwater and drainage issues located along Melville Court. So we retained them to look at the proposed development. Ultimately, what we've done is we've proposed a new plan with improvements to stormwater operations to ensure that all the flows are directed appropriately along Melville Court, which is the blue hatch line there, and directed into the stormwater management pond where it can be accommodated. So ultimately, through this development, we will improve the stormwater management facility and improve the overall drainage conditions of this property.
Okay, thank you. I see that is a stormwater pond there. I didn't notice that. I couldn't read it. Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter and Councillor Schell. Any further comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none. I'll now ask Township staff to advise of those from the public who have registered to speak via Zoom or in person to this application. Madam Deputy Clerk, can you call the first person?
Thank you. We've received one registration, Victoria Veenstra.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Veenstra?
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words in support. I grew up here in Oro and I loved it, and I'd love to see that opportunity extended for the next generation, and I think that making these lots available would be a help to that and an asset to the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Veenstra. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to or provide verbal comments with respect to this application? Please, Bev, come forward and state your name and
my name's Bev Pollock, and I went door to door with a petition. I've only been there for 5 years. I think I'm the new kid on the block. And the neighbors of Melville Court, they're petitioning to stop the development of the 14 residential lots that'll be fronting onto Melville Court. The owners of the existing home strongly oppose this being constructed with access coming out onto Melville Court. These homes will have direct access onto our street across from our estate lots. We all have a well, septic, and we do not have proper drainage right now. Ditches are overflowing. What would it be like with 16 more homes dumping into it? Our street is a dead-end street, and 50 to 60 new vehicles is going to cause more traffic that's unsafe to our young children that play outside. The original plan called for housing to exit onto a new road off the 5th line, and all of us would see backyards. We would be comfortable with that original proposal. We're hoping that our voices will be heard and the plans would stay the same as the original proposed. Just to recap, speaking with all of the residents of Melville, the biggest concern is our wells being compromised. Whoops, who's going to be responsible for it? There should be a community well monitored by the town in that subdivision. Secondly, safety is another concern. Is the heavy equipment going off line 5 into that development or down Melville Court, where our children play? Thank you.
Thank you. Bev, if you could just stay for one moment. Are you talking about during the period of construction? Is that?
During the period of construction, when they are taking the soil out, are they going to be taking it off line 5, or are we going to see dump trucks? I know we'll see trades along the end once they're being built, but the construction is another issue.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mayor Greenlaw?
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. I just want, are there well issues now with the current residents along that street? Yes. Okay.
The audience says yes. However, just one moment, please, because we do have to record it. And so if you want to come up and stand to the microphone.
When you're finished, I will.
No, but go ahead now. The question's live now. Thank you. And just state your name, please.
My name's Sarah German.
Thank you.
And I'm at 11 Melville Court. And to speak to, I'm not sure, is it your worship, but the mayor, in regards to wells, yes, I do know of, there's a few of us here tonight that have had issues. I believe since they started drilling or testing the water on the other side, whether it's foul smells, the water, like it's intermittent of our pressure. And I personally had to replace my well pump. I know other people have had issues with sludge coming up. I've lived there, I think, for 15 years and never had a problem until last fall when all of this digging and kind of whatever they're doing over there. I don't know exactly, but whatever they're doing. My concern would be, I noticed on there, we were all concerned with our wells, is I noticed their septics are in the front, their wells are in the back. So now you have my well in my front yard, their septic in their front yard. I don't know if that mixes. I don't know a lot about houses and building, but to me, having my well so close to their septic is not ideal. We also do, again, I know he spoke on the drainage, but my backyard right now is flooded because that whole pond that they talk about, or stream, I guess it is does not flow anywhere. It flows all through, it floods, it flows into our backyards. Drainage in our I know they talk about our ditches, but they go nowhere. So it just sits and fills up. I'm not sure if I'm speaking exactly right, but I'm trying. We have a couple other things. I think those were the biggest things, was our well. And then again, the future, they talk about future development after that. Our road, because we're so close to the highway, we have highway cars that come whipping off thinking it's gonna get them somewhere, get to the end. That's why we have big rocks. They used to fly down the hill. If our street becomes a through street or at all, are they gonna use the access to now get to the arena? So those are just our own concerns too, of what are the future developments that they're talking about of future settlement. Is that going to affect our road becoming more going to Queen Street? Maybe, I'm not sure. So I think, I'm not sure exactly what else they would like me to speak on, but anything else? I think my biggest thing is our wells. What am I going to see on the other side? I've lived there for 15 years I'm not necessarily saying I'm opposed to it because I'm one person, but my house fronts those houses, so that's all I'm gonna see. Right now I see beautiful farmland. Yes, it's grass, but what am I gonna see on the other side, right? Who's the builder? What am I gonna see? It's my thing. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have any further questions, Mayor Greenlaw?
I will actually just a quick follow-up to Michelle Jacoby, because I believe you're logged into the meeting. Michelle, if wells are a concern within this community, at what point would it make economical sense to put a municipal water system in place versus multiple self-drilled wells?
At this stage, there's no provisions or plans in place to develop a municipal drinking water system in this area of Melville Court. That would have to be a multi-year project to get to that stage, to get waterworks permits and licensing in place. At this time, there's nothing in the schedule that's leading us towards that. something we can investigate if you like, but nothing at this stage has been in the works for this area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lavoie. The lady that, I apologize for not knowing you're recalling your name, but in listening to you, did you indicate that one of the original plans was to have another street or have it exited onto line 5? Is that what I heard correct? Or perhaps the gentleman with Doncar Developments can comment on that, if I heard correct, that was the original plan?
Sorry, I apologize. Through your chair, this is James Hunter representing Doncar Development. So we've had this file in our office since early 2006, and the plan has always been to safely provide access off the 5th line for 2 lots, as well as the additional lots on Melville. But there was never intent to bring through a public road east-west through this property.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you. I hope that clarifies it perhaps to a number of residents here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shell. Thank you. James Hunter, you have your hand up. Did you wish to speak?
Oh, through your chair. No, I just wanted to comment on the wells. I can see that the only thing that has been done, we've done geotechnical and hydrogeological reports in the past, which were submitted with our first application. There's groundwater monitoring that's just ongoing, but all they're doing is drilling simple test holes into the groundwater to see how high the levels are in that. And I will speak to this, is that, you know, Tatham Engineers has been on this engineering side for a long time, including involvement with the township since 2015, looking at stormwater management and servicing. I can see that the upgrades and, you know, the concerns we're hearing they can be quite costly for township involvement or individual landowners to improve stormwater management. So if this development proceeds, as shown on the screen, the developers would improve the grading, and we could do upgrades to the stormwater management facility, among other things that would improve the overall functionality of the area. So I just wanted to quickly jump on that, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Do we have any other comments from the public? Yes, sir. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Meeksamong Brownbill. I live right at that corner, right? And we've been there for about 30 years now, and we've had multiple floods. I own almost 1.75 acres there, and I lose an acre of water every year. I'm constantly worried about my house being flooded every year. Lucky I don't think my insurance company is going to cover me because of the multiple floods I've had. I've asked if we can get new storm things for drainage. Yep. For drainage, yep. Nothing has ever happened, right? So yeah, and and I'm right next door to that. And again, I agree with these beautiful people that are here, my neighbors, that our water well, our testing, all this stuff that's going on, you know. And I don't mind development, but you know, I moved into this place because Oro-Medonte was very conservative. I don't know what happened. You know, years ago, you guys were going to build a golf course and something else, a park and all this stuff, right? I love Oro-Medonte. I brought my daughter grew up here. She's 24 years old, you know, and I have wonderful neighbors. I don't know who these new people are going to be coming. Are they going to be from Toronto or someplace else? Are they actually going to be our own people in Oro-Medonte? You know, is our taxes going to go up? Like all this stuff, you know. And you know, my neighbor up the street, we have the same concerns, right? She's on the north side. We're neighbors. And that cut there, 15 and 16, you know, where that road's going to come. Again, we have kids that are growing up there. Weekends, we have people just racing up that road, our roads, you know. So yeah, I'm concerned about that. And like the flooding, the water, you can go right beside my place. You can just look at all the water. It's like a swamp back there.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other members of the public wish to? Oh, yes, please, at the back row. Thank you very much. Just state your name, please.
Donna Veenstra, thank you for allowing me to speak. I too love Oro-Medonte. I love the rural nature of this community. I love the water. I love the opportunity to live here. A lot of the development that's happening in Oro is large development. This is a small development which allows for people like me, local people, to be able to live in a place that I love, that I play in, that I work in. And these are the kind of developments that won't change the rural nature. It's the large developments, the ones where $1-million homes are being put up on tiny lots, and massive use of land. And this is a small use of land, still allows a rural nature of the community. And I hope down the road, where there was discussion of expanding the sports fields in the area as well, that brings those type of people who want to enjoy Oro and what it has to offer. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Through you to, and this isn't directly anyone in particular, but whether Mr. Whitlib or Mr. Hunter would like to chime in. It's the flooding seems to be quite a significant challenge in this area. Has there been any work done with Lake Simcoe, who I see hasn't commented yet on this project, but for the need of a stormwater management pond, or has anything of that been entertained?
Through you, Your Worship, to the rest of the committee members, perhaps I'll begin, and if Ms. Jacoby and Mr. Hunter also want to add on, but the concern regarding overall drainage and flooding issues in the area were certainly flagged by staff and identified by the proponents when we first met in 2020. A pre-consultation meeting was held as per the township process. So that was identified as a substantive issue to address through this development proposal. And as we've heard, there's been a stormwater management report prepared. So staff were aware, and there is a history of drainage issues certainly in that area. Moving forward, the stormwater management report that is submitted by the proponent's engineer, it is reviewed, it's peer reviewed, and that will occur by the township's engineering consultant, Jones Consulting. So we will have comments on that, comments back to the proponent if there are any issues to address. So having said that, I don't know if there's anything that Michelle Jacoby wishes to add, perhaps with some of the background or the history of the stormwater issues there.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlib. I would just add that Derek is correct. We've been working at this site with regards to drainage challenges since probably 2019. We worked with this current developer and their planning team as well, flagging our concerns in 2020 in writing, and working with Tatham Engineering on this pond and on this facility. So as the proponent moves forward and does some greater detailed design, we'd certainly be having a strong voice in the drainage on this site, knowing that we've flagged a concern from 2019, 2020 that it has to be addressed. And if Mr. Hunter wants to make further comment, and they'd be, as far as I know at this stage, making changes to that existing pond to improve the drainage for the area and support the development as proposed.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Do you have a?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Jacoby. The first two comments are kind of touched on the the higher level items. I do want to add in that we submitted our application back in April 4th of 2022 before we really got underway with the detailed reports back in September 2020, 2 years prior. We did quite a detailed assessment with our civil engineering team to ensure that these issues would be addressed through a detailed drainage assessment, and their work, like I noted, went back to 2015 working with the township. I just wanted to say that we do have first submission comments, including Jones Consulting, which is the township's peer reviewer, and our civil engineers working through that. And ultimately moving forward after tonight, we're expecting a collective second submission, which will address all of those comments. So that's all I wanted to add in for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. If there are no further comments, yes, sir, please, if you're going to comment, please step up to the microphone.
I forgot one other item that I forgot to raise to bring up. Again, Mi'kmaq Brown Bill.
Excuse me for one moment. Yes, Madam Deputy Clerk.
If the member of the public could please state his name again.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Mi'kmaq Brown Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brownbill.
Yeah. Before actually Melbourne court came into beside my house there, when they proposed that that new development there, I had no water issues like the flooding. I had no flooding issues there, right? I didn't lose. There was a bit of water, but not as much as there is today. You know, and the way I talked to the guys, I think it was the white development company that was doing that, and I approached them. The way they graded that on my side, on the north side of Melbourne Court, they had a little hump there, about maybe 1.5 feet, so the water would not flow into that culvert going down. And you know, you can still see it if you go back to my home there. That's what I forgot to bring up to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard loud and clear one of the predominant issues is drainage. Thank you. Yes.
Bev Pollock, do we know who's going to be building these houses?
I don't know if a builder is. Is there any comment on that? Well, maybe it's too early in the stage, perhaps. I
was simply going to suggest, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that if the applicant's planner, Mr. Hunter, is aware of who a builder might be, but typically at this stage, unless the builder is the developer, we often don't know.
Yeah.
The developer's not the builder in this case, is he?
Mr. Hunter, can you comment on that?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was muted there actually. So right now, Doncor Developments is the applicant owner. We do, as noted tonight, have quite a process to get our draft plan approval and clear conditions. They are involved in the building process, but there's not an established builder of the homes at that time. They do have the freedom to build out all the lots or also individually sell them off to new families, landowners coming into the area. So that's something we can keep updated with the township.
Could he repeat that he could sell off the lots individually to private developers? Is that what he said?
Through Mr. Chair, so this is a draft plan of subdivision. So ultimately what you'll end up with are 16 residential lots. Landowners will come in and purchase the lots and determine which house they desire on each lot and build them out, whether Doncor does all 16 lots or the person chooses an individual builder. That is up to the purchaser once we get down that road. Thank you.
Well, that's not good news. That's not good news at all.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any further comments? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
Chad Robinson.
Mr. Robinson. Yes.
Okay, so my mom lives at 96 Line 5 North. And I was just wondering, the 20-meter space behind the lots that touches her property, what is that? Is that a berm or is that what is it for?
Mr. Hunter, are you able to identify that?
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, what was the address that we're speaking to here?
Sorry, I don't recall. Sorry.
96.
96.
Line 5 North.
Line 5 North.
So at the back of the lots, 1 through 14, there's a 20-meter open area that goes into the agriculture there.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes,
So
thank you.
there's a 20-meter parcel that's left over there between the lands owned by Doncor and I believe the farmer in between. So that 20 meters would be left as untouched buffer.
Okay, thank you very much. Does that satisfy the? Okay, it does indeed. Okay, if there are no further commentary, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. That was very well done. Have we received any further commentary or correspondence during the meeting, Mr. Whitlib?
To you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, no, we have not.
Okay, thank you much. Thank you, sir. Any final comments or questions from the committee? Seeing none? So with that, the hearing was closed. And do we take a motion now or later, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there is no decision tonight, so therefore there is no motion. It would just be the closing statement.
Okay, thank you very much. So the committee wishes to thank all those for your participation, either through submission of written comments or your oral comments here today during the meeting, and we'll consider all of the matters in their decision. A copy of the decision will mail to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the applications. And I would like to thank the members of Simcoe County Council and staff for attending tonight. Thank you very much for listening to our residents and for your support. Very important. Okay. We'll just let the chambers clear for. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Okay, so on to agenda item 6A, which is application 2023-A12. Mr. Ryan Wood of 2355 Lakeshore Road East, who is here. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Ryan Wood on lands municipally known as 2355 Lakeshore Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Has there been any correspondence received on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, correspondence from Hiawatha First Nation, April 19, Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering, April 19, and Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated May 1st, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minor variance application 2023-A12 is for lands municipally located at 2355 Lakeshore Road East. The lands have a road frontage of approximately 15 meters, a shoreline frontage of approximately 15.5 meters, and have a lot area of 0.126 hectares. The lands currently contain a one-story single detached dwelling. The lands are currently zoned shoreline residential and are designated shoreline in the township's official plan. Excellent. The applicant is proposing to construct an addition to be consisting of a attached garage to the existing single detached dwelling. The applicant is seeking relief to the following section of zoning bylaw 9795, which is to reduce the required interior side yard setback for the easterly lot line only from 3 meters to 1.7 meters to facilitate the front addition to the dwelling. This image here shows an aerial photo of the subject property outlined in red. The character of the neighborhood consists of predominantly residential lots and Lake Simcoe to the south. Subject lands are currently zoned shoreline residential, outlined in that light teal color, which is reflective of the shoreline residential area along Lakeshore Road and Lake Simcoe. The policy documents from the county, the current township, and the adopted official plans are that the county's official plan has the subject property in a rural designation, and the current and adopted township official plans have the subject property designated shoreline. The applicant's site plan, there may be a zoomed in shot. The next slide, right there. The applicant is proposing an addition at the front of the existing dwelling for a proposed garage use. The request is to reduce the minimum interior side yard setback from 3 meters to 1.7 meters, which is to go in line with the existing setback of the current dwelling. To maintain that existing 1.7 meter setback for the proposed garage addition. No other minor variances have been sought by the applicant. The front yard setback, which is the roadside setback of 7.5 meters, will be maintained. And in addition with any other requirement, performance standard from the zoning bylaw. Couple of images looking east and west along Lakeshore Road in front of the subject property, and the notice sign posting in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The image on the right shows the view of the subject property from Lakeshore Road. So you see the notice sign, the yellow notice sign posted on the mailbox. Right directly behind that is the dwelling. That is the subject of the minor variance. The structure to the right with the red roof is a detached garage located on the abutting property. And also to the left is the adjacent property to the east of the subject property. And the image on the left shows essentially the location of the proposed addition to be located in front of the dwelling. Currently contains a trailer with a couple of the bins there. We'll get into some more shots later on to show the current state of the proposed location. A couple of images here again showing the interior side yard setback along that interior lot line. Again, the proposed addition is to maintain that existing setback that the current dwelling is located at. Fortunately, I believe the tree located there will be required to be removed as a result of the proposed addition. Next slide, please. A couple of more images looking to the east of the proposed addition and another shot looking west of the proposed addition. Again, this is the location of the proposed addition in front of the front door of the main dwelling there. So planning staff have reviewed the applicant's minor variance application and is of the opinion that it meets the 4 tests of the minor variance and represents proper planning, and is recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. I now ask the applicant, Mr. Wood, if he wishes to speak to the application and if you have any comments to provide or indicate if you have anything other than the staff presentation.
You did a better job than me. You did a good job.
Let it be recorded that Mr. Wood indicates that you did a good job, Mr. Karaskakis. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Just a question. I just reading it here. I'll just read it to you. And a question develops from it. This is page 5. But the owners will be required to obtain a building permit for the proposed addition. At that time, confirmation will be provided to the township if the existing septic system is able to accommodate the proposed addition. I guess that's pretty well just standard. I mean, there's no thought process to that this is going to be used as anything other than a garage. I'm just curious why that would be indicated in there, because the first thing that occurs to me is that the issue we have with STRs and whether or not the septic systems are large enough to accommodate guests. So could you just comment on that, Derek, if you would? Thank you.
Through Chair Lavoie to Councillor Young, I'll defer to Mr. Karaskakis, who has carriage of the file.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlib. Thank you, Councillor, with the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. The comment from the building department is a standard comment for any types of additions to residential dwellings. It's to update the existing septic permit that was issued for the current dwelling, and which was restricted to certain square footage, number of bathrooms, fixtures, things of that nature. So the comment there by the building department is that they'll have to provide that verification at the time of building permit, and the details of what that addition will consist of, if it'll include any washroom facilities or sinks in the garage to ensure that the septic system is able to accommodate that. So all that will get vetted through the building permit review process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kyriakis. I apologize for the wrong name there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councillor. Any other comments, questions? I do have a couple of questions because the use of shoreline residential properties in the township of Oro-Medonte is for temporary accommodation purposes not permitted. And it has been noted since the application came in that the property is used and is listed as a temporary accommodation on Airbnb. So in order for the committee to consider the application, the property would have to be in compliance with the existing land use for that zoning. So if possible, I'd like to ask you if you could clarify a couple of, yes, please, if you wish, come to the mic. So what is the intended use of the property, Mr. Wood? And if you could state your name, please, just before you commence.
Ryan Wood. The purpose is I live there full time. The only reason I got that is actually because I'm a real estate agent, and certain municipalities are changing the law in regards to an Airbnb license. Usually they're grandfathered in, so it kind of adds value if there was ever a position where you'd have to resell it. And I actually just had to sell a friend's cottage where that actually became a problem because he couldn't rent it anymore, and that was the purpose that they bought it. So for me, I just thought, well, if I get it and I have it and I don't rent it, then at least I've got it and it can get grandfathered in. I could be mistaken with that, but I figured I'd rather be safe than sorry. That's the reason I got it. I have zero intention of renting it. I don't want strangers in my house.
Okay. The listing does indicate that there's a loft planned for the garage area. So
What?
is this a two-story garage or?
Oh yes, the garage is supposed to have storage space above it. I'm paying like $400 a month right now for storage. So initially it'll be storage. We're not sure what we're going to use it for exactly yet, but again, all of it would have to comply with septic rules as far as what the septic's prorated to take. So we wouldn't be building anything more than what you guys are okay with, basically.
So that loft would not be for accommodation purposes of any kind?
No.
Because that would be another consideration for us if it were, because there are governing rules specifically relating to Councillor Young's question with regard to the septic system.
Yeah, I think that the plan right now is to have it, like we have bedrooms up there, but I don't think there's any or storage space, like however we end up putting beds up there or something like that if friends come over. But I don't think necessarily we're going to have bathrooms up there. I'd have to talk to my friend that's assisting me with it. But I think the plan is to have storage space above.
A question to Mr. Karaskakis. If the current legal non-conforming setback on the side yard is extended for the garage, and the garage is two-story, is that a increase in volume or a change in the manner of the minor variance?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the existing dwelling would be considered the non-complying dwelling if the applicant proposes to put a second story above the current existing dwelling. That would be increasing the volume in that required interior side yard setback, 3 meters. So he would be required to apply for a minor variance to permit that. However, the variance before committee is for the proposed addition, which he's applying to comply via the minor variance to propose this to permit this development. So the attached garage through this variance is the appropriate mechanism. If you chooses to put an addition above the existing dwelling, a further variance would be required.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear that? Okay,
Awesome.
Mr. Wood? Yes.
That's perfect.
Okay, do we do any other? Yes, Mr. Councillor Young, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Laval. How long have you owned this property? I'm just going to ask several, if you could return the mic, thank you. I'm just going to ask you several questions,
Absolutely.
If I may. How long have you owned this property? You yourself own this property?
Since November.
Just past November. And did I hear you right when you said that there are currently 2 bedrooms in a loft type of thing? Is that what I heard right?
No, not 2 bedrooms. I think the plan right now is to have open space. I guess down the road, maybe that would end up getting drywall in it and maybe putting beds. Essentially, it would be stored space, or if I want to throw down an air mattress for friends, you can kind of put that down.
What, when you say further down the road, what are we talking about? We're talking about weeks, months? How long are you planning?
As far as doing that, I think the goal will be to get the garage up just so I have somewhere to park my vehicles for now. And then above, I don't really know the process as far as how long it's going to take to do that. The goal would be to have it, maybe have some drywall upstairs, but it might be storage space. Just depends on what I'm allowed to do. I want everything to be above board.
So the possibility exists, listening to you, that you could put a couple of beds or bedrooms up there, whatever, to rent. Is that correct?
No.
Just for yourself?
So like basically there is no way I'm going to do short-term rentals. I've lived here for 4 months and I can see that there are multiple signs on the street that say people are fairly displeased with the idea of short-term rentals. I only obtained the license so that the license was essentially attached to the property, because from my understanding from selling a couple houses, they changed the rules where if you do not have an Airbnb license, you cannot get one. So the goal wouldn't be to do that, but for example, with interest rates going up the way they are, if I was ever in a position where I couldn't afford to pay for the house myself, I wouldn't be using that as rental space. I would be potentially renting out the entire house itself if I was completely jammed up, just so that I could keep the property.
Thank you.
That's it.
I don't mean to cut, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's okay.
So just so I'm very clear about this, you own the property currently, do you?
Yes.
Okay, and where are you living now?
I'm living there.
You're living there?
Yeah, like I live there, I work there, I'm there every day.
Does your friend who you mentioned, does he own a Airbnb? Does he own a residence as well along there?
Yeah, it wasn't in Oro, it was a little bit further north in the Washego area. So he ended up selling a place there, and he had it as a rental, and I guess afterwards we found out that you couldn't do rentals, and he ended up selling it.
So he was renting it as an
Airbnb, and then because of when he had applied for his Airbnb license,
Yes.
they had rules basically that stated if you're within a certain proximity to another Airbnb, you weren't able to continue renting it, and they essentially revoked his license,
I
and
see.
they fine him if you do that. So I was like, I may as well apply to try and get one because it's allowed, and then if I've got it and I need it, I can use it, and if I don't need it, then I'll never use it. And it was only a backup as a worst case scenario, just because I'm 33 and it's a lot of house.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate those answers. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Just please remain, I think, Mayor Greenlaw.
Good evening, Mr. Wood. And I think it's tough because people don't know all the rules and regulations and bylaws and zoning, et cetera. But how it is currently, it is not a permitted use of land in lakeshore residential zones. And I appreciate what your forethinking of it is a safe plan or a secondary, tertiary plan if needed. But from I'll just give you my interpretation of the Planning Act is you can't grandfather in the license, I think, I don't know, when you say license, I think you're talking maybe the registration fee with Airbnb.
Yes.
But it is, they're not connected. The Planning Act is land use. Okay. So what happens is you can't, just to help you have clarity moving forward, you can't grandfather in a non-permitted use, because a non-permitted use automatically defaults by our bylaws to a prohibited use. So acquiring or paying Airbnb to have a listing does not impact the zoning bylaws or the Planning Act. Just to help you for clarity, like, and I welcome you to the neighborhood, and you're right, it is a beautiful neighborhood, and you have great neighbors, because I see some of them present in the chamber. But no, and like I said, I think it's, you look at things strategically in order to plan for worst case scenarios, but just to help you have some clarity as to currently it's not a permitted use, and therefore non-permitted uses can't be grandfathered in.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and I thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And the further comment I'd like to make for your benefit, Mr. Wood, is that each township has their own zoning bylaw, and many of the townships have a different zoning bylaw or a different interpretation of their zoning bylaw than ours. And our zoning bylaw, we believe, prohibits temporary accommodations. So
short-term rentals?
Exactly, or any other form of temporary accommodation in a residential zone. So with exceptions, now you can apply for a bed and breakfast zoning amendment, which would require the participation of this council and your neighbors. Or you can purchase property in Horseshoe Valley where it's permitted in the V1 zone in particular.
Just for clarification, I didn't mean to interrupt. So basically what you're saying is there's not supposed to be short-term rentals in Oro-Medonte.
In the residential zone that you're in.
Okay, I was just curious because I've seen, like, when I looked, that was the first thing that I noticed. It was like ding, 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 ding. There was tons. So.
Yeah, we acknowledge that there's a problem.
Oh, okay.
And we are undertaking to eliminate that problem.
And that's.
And so we would be very appreciative if you'd take down your.
I'll take down the list.
Airbnb ad.
I have no problem with that. Like I said, I only got it, and thank you to the mayor for explaining to me that it doesn't really get passed along anyway, because if it doesn't, then I don't really have a use for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it doesn't exist presently, right?
Okay.
As a permitted use.
Perfect.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Wood from,
I guess just, and I can appreciate it, and I know there's a lot of misconceptions as to what is permitted, what's not. And right now, from what's on the books, from a regulation bylaw standpoint, they're only permitted in village commercial resort, okay, or bed and breakfast properties that have either gone through a zoning amendment, which allows them in a residential zone, or they were allowed without a amendment in rural agricultural zones. So it's, and I know it's misconceiving, but it's there is an issue, not just within this township, throughout the world. But you know, it's like a lot of people speed on Highway 11 too, and they don't pull every single one over. Like it's how you manage it. So
I'm just new and I was curious because I wasn't really sure and I saw lots of it. So it's kind of like lemmings, right? They follow each other off the cliff, and I just wanted to make sure.
No, and like I said, but if there's ever any questions, if you phone the township and bylaw, we can help clarify any misinformation or confusion.
Okay, amazing.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, do we have anyone from the public who's registered to speak, Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. And we'll just...
I sent a letter in this afternoon with my concerns listed.
Thank you very much. No, it's just one moment, please. We're going to call the members of the public in a moment. I just wanted to confirm, first of all, that there wasn't anybody registered to speak in advance, and we probably did receive your communication, and it would have been part of the file. So is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this matter? Please step forward and...
I'm not Susan Smiley. I live next door to the east, and my concern is exactly the concern that was expressed in the previous discussion for the previous development. It's this. It is on a slope, and there is not a lot of room between the properties. Right now, it's working pretty well, and but the elevation of the garage will be quite different from the elevation of the house. I mean, it'll be extended quite a bit further, so that the runoff from the road will have a lot less room to go. And right now there's a little bit of a swale between the two houses, which is what they're supposed to be. But if this wall is up higher, it's just gonna, it's gonna be harder to have the drainage, and there'll be a lot less room. The grass absorbs a lot of water right now, and all that water off the road, and there is so much water off the road because it's quite a distance down to the house. And so really reading the paper, it said may require an engineering plan before the permit is approved for drainage. So that's my biggest concern. It's also going to affect lighting and a few other things, but I mean, the major concern would be elevation and drainage. And it's also a very big garage, which is just going to change, quite a bit the tenure, the whole demeanor of that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smiley.
I didn't object. I'm just concerned.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, please.
Joanne Beauville.
Oh, please come right to the mic and state your name.
Sorry, Joanne Beauville.
we're sisters and we share the house.
Oh, I see, okay.
We've been there actually, to answer that other question. My family has owned that property for 70 years. They bought it in 1952. Sorry.
It's nice to have a sister around.
I had a quick, and it's really, this one is a question separate, but on the plan,
Yes.
it shows the well over in the left-hand corner.
Speak to the mic.
Are you building a new well? No. Because the well is not in the left-hand corner. It's in the parking lot closer to the property line. When you looked at the pictures, there was a cone. That's where the well is.
Can you, yeah, just one moment here. Mr. Karaskakis, I think, is taking us through there.
No, it's a picture.
Right there.
Oh.
See the cone in the parking lot, that's where the well.
So I don't know where it is on the other diagrams, but on this one, which I pulled off the site, it was in the left-hand corner, and I wanted to make sure that when they looked at the plans, they'd taken that into consideration. My other question quickly was the same as my sister's in some way. How are you getting into the garage? I can't see it on the plan properly, and I can't see the heights on the plan that you need in order to get to where you can drive into the garage, whether it's the house is being raised or whether it's being, because our concerns are even greater if it's raised.
And by that you mean torn down?
No.
She means the level of the floor.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
No said in there.
There are homonyms, I think, so
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and as I said, I wrote my little thing with our concerns for
Yes.
the whole project.
Yes.
We're not particularly happy to have it just there, but
Just so big.
it's so big.
Okay.
And so that I've lost my train of thought, but it was more to make sure that the whole thing is not a problem. We're like everybody else. If there's pounding or all sorts of other things going around, our wells get full of sand, and then you sometimes have to replace pumps and stuff. So we're always concerned about things like that, but I don't think that's a concern in the building of the garage. I don't know. I don't know enough about building garages to do it. The total length of the thing is like 71 feet from
the
closer to
lake
40.
side to the road.
Yeah, yeah. My parents gave that they gave it to them. There was no argument because they wanted to build a house that size. Their other neighbors were not convenable, and so my mom and dad just said, "Okay, take it," but not thinking that then we wouldn't then have 70 feet down the line to deal with. And I realized that to do it differently, Ryan he runs into other problems to make something that big in terms of allowances. So I don't know what the answer is, but it is, will be drainage issues that have to be solved, and there will be height issues that have to be solved.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, please.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Karakakis, could you please speak to the drainage concerns that have been addressed in the lock rating standards that have to be met moving forward? And can you also speak, because on the application, I don't believe the height was an amendment that was requested. So I think the height fit the standards, and I'm just trying to get a visual because I believe like how much higher than the house with the lot grade will this building be?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The township's manager of engineering reviewed the minor variance application and provided a comment that an engineered lot grading plan shall be required at the time of building permit application. That will address any stormwater drainage, any surface runoff, any runoff from the dwelling and the addition, to ensure that it doesn't spill over onto lot lines, but also look at the elevations and grades of the subject property. So all that will get vetted through the building permit process and must be approved by the manager of engineering in order for a building permit to be issued. Mayor Greenlaw, you're correct that the minor variance application is not proposing a relief for the height provision. So the proposed height of the addition will comply with the zoning bylaw requirements of 11 meters. So no variance has been requested for that provision. The only variance that is being considered by the committee today is the interior side yard setback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karakassis. Supplemental, Chair. So could you pull that picture up again that had the picture of, it was from the road. There was one other one that gave a better, just to give, okay, so the building to the west of the property that has the red roof. So that building is much higher than what is being proposed and permitted as far as on this application. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I cannot confirm if the structure with the red roof will be in fact higher than the proposed addition, but obviously it is considerably higher than the existing one-story dwelling on the subject property.
Okay. And I guess just one supplemental. So the reason why, because this is being attached, this building's attached to the house, so therefore it's not a matter about being significantly viewed as a secondary building versus the dwelling unit, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, Councillor Mayor Greenlaw. The attached addition is considered to be a part or consist of the primary dwelling, and the same standards apply for a single detached dwelling as will apply for the proposed addition, which is a two-story dwelling, 11 meters in height, which is permitted. Different provisions apply for detached accessory structures, but this proposed addition will comply with the 2 meters or the 11 meters two-story height requirement.
Okay, and this is, I promise, my last question. So what's before us is simply, just for clarity for council, the only thing that's before us is a side yard setback. Is the reason why this is before us.
That's correct, Mayor Greenlaw.
Okay, so that is the only thing we're deciding on at this point in time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Schell, sorry, I may have not noticed you for a while. Forgive
that's
me.
okay. Just the picture that I'm looking at right now clearly shows us a drain in the pavement just in front of those recycling bins. I'm assuming that's going to take a lot of your rainwater away and it's going somewhere. So that might be probably taken into consideration with the grading of that lot. It's just a comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if Mr. Karaskakis or anyone else has a comment on the purpose of that drain.
Mr. Chair, not 100% sure the purpose of that that drain, that catch basin there. Obviously, that'll get reviewed as part of the engineer lot grading plan and the building permit submissions, just to understand the purpose of that, and if it actually is a stormwater drain, and if it's viable, then the manager of engineering will review the applicant's engineer lot grading plan to ensure that any stormwater runoff can get directed towards that drain there, or anywhere that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Young, are you?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Question to Mayor Greenlaw. Just so I'm very clear on what it is we're voting here, I'm reading the front page of the application, that minor variance application by the complainants, or at least the applicants, specifically for permission to build an addition to the existing detached ancestry building. So is this not, we're voting on an addition? I mean, you made a comment there, and it just struck me that I'd like you just to clarify that for me, certainly, and if you...
Well, I'll comment, but I think Mr. Whitlip could clarify this for you. But what's before us on this application is the side yard setback. That's the only reason it's before us, because the rest of the building and the construction that's being proposed fits the guidelines of our building codes and bylaws. So the only thing that doesn't is to continue the setback from the normal setback that's there as a guideline. Derek, please feel free.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the rest of the committee. So, Councillor Shelley, you're correct. So it's an addition to an existing single detached dwelling. The addition, we've heard, consists of a garage with space above, attached to the dwelling.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak to this matter? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to floor a motion to defer this by 1 month for the purposes of giving Mr. Wood the opportunity to express his intent not to use the property as a short-term rental by ceasing and desisting on the Airbnb listing. Further to that, I don't know whether I presume if there's a possibility to present some addition elevations so that parties can understand what the structure is going to look like. Yes, if you could step to the mic, please.
Brian Wood. Yeah, I was going to say I could get rid of that tomorrow if it pleases you guys and it speeds the process along, because the sooner the better, because I'm paying for a storage unit. As for, what was the other question that you just asked?
The elevations, which seem to be of primary concern.
So my friend that's helping me do this was saying that basically we're going to have to get elevations anyway for the next phase, which would be permitting. It won't get passed unless it meets whatever guidelines you guys have, that everything's kosher and everybody's happy with it. So we have that set up. I already have a guy on standby to do that.
Okay.
And I assumed that this, basically the minor variance would deal with the width issue, which was just the setbacks on one side of the house.
Correct.
And then assuming that that was good to go and you guys were satisfied from there, then what we would do I would get those drawings done by an engineer, send that in as part of the next phase of the permitting process. Am I correct in that, Mayor?
Yes, sure. You're correct in that. I think the concern is, for me at least, is that the intended use of the property disqualifies it because it's being potentially used for a zoning purpose or a zoning use which is not permitted, which makes it difficult to continue with approving further modifications of the property that might enhance that non-permitted use. So it is unfortunate perhaps that you may find yourself in this situation, but I think the council and staff are taking the matter of temporary accommodations which are not permitted in a serious way. So I would prefer to defer it so that your intent can be demonstrated publicly, rather than for us perhaps to approve it now, and then it doesn't get delisted, and then we have another sort of a problem.
If I can give you evidence that it's been delisted and deleted within like 2-3 days, would we be able to proceed? Because I can go home and do it. Like, it really doesn't matter to me at all. It was literally a backup plan.
Well, I think we meet, I don't know that we can hear this this matter until the next Development Services Committee meeting, or could we hear it at one of the council meetings?
To the deputy mayor, and I'll also look to the mayor as I respond. But unless there's something changed about the application, another variance requested and that sort of thing, this meeting tonight satisfies the public hearing requirements. So to bring it forward, whether it be bring forward a further recommendation report or update report, if nothing else has changed physically to the development, then that could be considered certainly at the next Development Services Committee meeting a month from now, or at an upcoming meeting of council. It would simply be a staff report added to that agenda with a recommendation.
However, the permission to proceed with the minor variance would still be standing.
So to the deputy mayor, the committee or council, whichever meeting it comes back to, would make the decision at that time.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Just one question out of your statements you just made there. Am I correct in what I heard you indicated earlier that you have been living there since November?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what is the storage unit for? You mentioned you'd have to put things into storage. Where does that come into play?
Basically, the house I had before had a garage, and it was full of, motorcycles and paddle boards and all kinds of stuff. And basically, because I don't have a garage, there's nowhere to store that. So I had to get a storage locker to store it. And that's where all of my stuff is currently staying. So once the garage is built, I will not have to pay for the storage locker anymore, and I'll be able to store it in there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Yes, if you could come to the microphone, please.
Just one
And
little
then we'll,
comment.
yes.
Susan Smiley again. Your garage is 32 by 32, which is much bigger than most two-car garages, so there should be quite a lot of storage in it.
Once it's built, yeah.
Yeah, once it's built, yes.
Yeah, but your reason for building the extra floor, you said, was storage.
Well,
Oh, sorry, we can't
Well,
have
potentially putting beds in there changes the size of, like, the primary use of this from a garage to a dwelling. Sorry, I'm just questioning that, your statement there.
Yeah, I think we're dealing primarily with the setback issue.
Yes, and I'm not.
Yeah.
But this never
Okay.
comes up again.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Hi there, I'm Lorraine Van Wyck. I would just like to state that we would like to park our cars in the garage and have
And
storage for everything else. That's why we need that big of a space, because cars will be parked and there will be storage above for everything that's currently being paid for a storage locker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further need for comment. Could we have a motion to reflect, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Mr. Chair, the draft motion that staff have prepared is, it is recommended that minor variance application 2023 A12 by Ryan Wood, 2355 Lakeshore Road East, be deferred to the next available meeting to allow the applicant the opportunity to remove the short-term listing and submit elevation drawings. Mr. Chair, you had indicated you would be looking to move the motion. Procedure would be for you to exit the chair and Mayor Greenlaw to assume the chair for you to move that motion if that wording is satisfactory.
Yes, thank you very much. Mayor, would you assume the chair, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor LeBlanc. Okay, so on the floor, there's a motion to defer. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask for a seconder. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
Yeah, no, that's I was just ramping up to that. You know, it takes me a
sorry.
while to get on that freeway. So I will ask for a seconder of that motion. Councillor Young.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a seconder. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Opposed? There. Sorry, it's carried. So I would suggest, Mr. Wood, that it will be deferred. We can defer it now. I'm getting ahead of myself. Madam Deputy Clerk, it's too late at this point to have it on next week's council agenda, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be 3 weeks from today that it could come back to the council meeting at the end of the month, or the 24th, or the 1st of June. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Please come to the mic, Mr. Wood.
Ryan Wood. Yeah, the only question I had was, so the elevation drawings, because to the best of my knowledge, that was the next phase of it. Do you guys want the elevation drawings before this 3-week period? Just so that I got my timeline.
That's, yeah, from what's in the motion, it's asking for two items.
Elevation drawings and then removal of the listing?
Please.
Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I will now hand the chair back to Deputy Mayor LeBlanc.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everybody, for contributing, for your patience, and to the residents of 2355 for their presentations. Mr. Whitlib, did we receive any further commentary on this application during the meeting?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, we did not.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have had a motion on this, and the meeting for this, the hearing, excuse me, for this is closed. Okay, we wish to thank all those in attendance for your participation, and a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Okay. So we're on to item 2023-A13, Randy Sheldrake, 2309 Penetanguishene Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Randy Sheldrake on lands municipally known as 2309 Penetanguishene Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence with regard to this matter?
Yes, correspondence was received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, April 18, Hiawatha First Nation, April 19, and Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering, dated April 19, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of this proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So the property is located at 2309 Penetanguishene Road. The property is zoned Agricultural Rural Exception 317, and it's designated Oro-Moraine Core Corridor area and rural in the township's existing official plan, and it's also designated Greenland and rural in the township's adopted official plan. The current use of the property is residential, and they also have a landscaping business. Next slide. So the applicants are proposing to build an addition to their existing detached accessory building. So they're seeking relief from section 5.1.4, maximum height to be increased from 4.5 meters to 6.7 meters. And section 5.1.6, maximum floor area to be increased from 100 square meters to 891.8 square meters. Next slide. So this is an aerial photo of the property. So the dwelling is the building that's closest to Penetanguishene Road. And there's also a garden suite that's located between the dwelling and the detached accessory building. And then all the other structures that are on the property are associated with their landscaping business. So the building that they're proposing to build the addition to is that one with the green roof that's at the north end of the property. And they're proposing to build the addition just to the east of that existing detached accessory building. So next slide. So the property is zoned Agricultural Rural Exception 317, and that exception permits a landscaping business. And I just want to know that there is a mapping error in the zoning, and it's one of the properties that we're looking at correcting when we do our zoning bylaw update. Next slide. So the map on the left shows the township official plan, the existing township official plan land use designations, which you can see is primarily Oro-Moraine Core Corridor area, including the area where they're proposing to build the addition. And then there is a portion of rural. The map in the middle shows the township adopted official plan. So the land use designations there are primarily greenlands with a portion of rural near Penetanguishene Road. And then the map on the right-hand side is the county official plan land use designations. So similar to the townships, it's rural near the road, and then it's greenlands further to the east. Next slide. So this is the applicant's site plan. So the existing building that they're proposing to enlarge is located on the left-hand side, which they've outlined in red. You can barely make it out. And then the site plan also shows the dwelling, which is closer to the road, and then the garden suite, which is in between the two structures. Next slide. So this is the applicant's elevation drawing. So this is the view looking east towards the building. And this drawing shows their proposed height, which is measured from average grade to mid-roof, which they're proposing a height of 6.7 meters. Next slide. So both these photos show the view looking along Penetanguishene Road. So photo on the left is looking north and the photo on the right is looking south. Next slide. So this is the public notice sign that was posted near the road. Next slide. The photo on the left shows the existing garden suite that's on the property, and then the photo on the right shows the existing single detached dwelling. Next slide. So these are photos of the existing detached accessory building, which is 6,000 square feet, and they're proposing to build a 3,600 square foot addition on the east side of the building. Next slide. So these are some of the detached accessory buildings and structures that they have scattered around the property, and they're all associated with their landscaping business. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the businesses that they're operating out of the property, and the property is zoned to permit a landscaping business. And then the photo on the right shows two more of the detached accessory structures, so they're coverall buildings, and they're also being used for the landscaping business. Next slide. So these photos illustrate the location of the proposed addition to the existing detached accessory building. So based off of the aerial imagery, this area used to all be trees, and they've cleared it at some point in the last 4 years, just based off of older aerial imagery. So the provincial, county, and township policies do not allow development or site alteration in a significant woodland unless it's been demonstrated that there's no negative impact on the natural heritage feature. So it's recommended that they obtain an environmental impact study to demonstrate that there will be no negative impact on the significant woodland. Next slide. So it's recommended that the application be deferred to provide the applicants the opportunity to obtain an environmental impact study to address the provincial, county, and township natural heritage policies. And I am available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. I'll now ask the applicant, Randy Sheldrake, who is registered to speak to the application, and if he wishes to make comment or indicate anything further to add to the presentation of staff. Thank you very much. Mr. Sheldrake.
My name's Randy Sheldrake. She stipulated that the other buildings are used for my landscape business, and they are not. The one is for my mom's car to park her car in for the granny suite, and the other ones are wood storage buildings for logs and stuff of that nature. So because we use wood to heat the facilities on the property, so that's what all I have to say. So,
okay.
And they actually, the lot where we cleared out behind the shop was all dead ash trees. Had the county in last year to mark trees, and there's over 400 trees, ash trees that come out that are dead in the woodland. So we took those out a couple of years ago because they were going to fall on the shop. So we just took the roots out, I guess, if you want to call that. So
okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Just if you might just remain for a moment, at least there may be questions. Councillor Bart.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just looking at those pictures, there look like some pretty new units of these outdoor furnaces. So how much of that building is going to be for the outdoor furnaces, and how much is zero? Okay.
Zero. I store the outdoor furnaces outside.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. First of all, I just want to comment on this report to Ms. McCarroll here. I've done a lot of reports over my 35 years of writing reports for various levels of government, and gathering evidence and reviewing policies and then doing the analysis and writing a conclusion. I just want to comment, it's an excellent report, Ms. McCarroll. And further, there's a lot that can be learned from this report in terms of significant woodlands and heritage, and this report also addresses the Oro-Medonte and in terms of what can be constructed on it. And I suggest to anybody watching this that has an interest in either of those, protecting the environment in Oro-Medonte or the Oro-Medonte itself, I suggest you obtain a copy of this, because there's a lot of really great informative information that Ms. McCarroll has put into this report. And it was a bit of a learning experience to me, certainly. And the document itself is I would refer to almost a teaching document. So I commend you for your report, Ms. McCarroll. But going forward, Mr. Sheldrake, you went ahead and cut down, I guess, 400 and trees that were indicated to you by the ministry or requested by the ministry.
We haven't cut them down yet.
I'm sorry?
We have not cut them down yet. We've started, but for 400 trees for myself and another person, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I've done it on my farm, clearing, put the trees back, the old tree lines. But So have you taken any trees down at this point in time, or?
The stuff behind the shop.
Yeah, I see
And
there's a whole area plowed out there where there
They
trees
died
are-
about 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And we took it out.
Yeah.
And that's where I plow snow now. So,
Yeah.
but the rest of the bush, yes, we've been
'Cause
clearing it out.
You're aware of the fact that that they were deemed to be significant woodland area?
Yes, yeah.
You're aware of that? Wouldn't that have been prudent to you to make inquiries as to whether, when, or if you could?
No.
You don't think so? You just went ahead and...
We just cleared it out so we can
Okay,
plow
thank you,
snow there. And the rest of the trees are gonna be in the bush. They're gonna cut. I'm not doing any clearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
rest,
thank
know-
you. Thank you very much. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of order, Councillor Young. I mean, okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Sheldrake? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other persons present to speak here on this matter? No, seeing none. And Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anybody registered to speak to this matter?
No, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see that Councillor Shell does not have his hand up, so I didn't miss you. Did we receive any further correspondence with regard to this matter, Director Whitlib?
No additional comments received.
Thank you very much, sir. Any final comments or questions from the committee for Mr. Sheldrake, the applicant? Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any further comments or have any questions? Nope. Okay. So I guess we'll owe Madam Deputy Clerk.
Thank you. My apologies. Can we confirm if there were no additional members of the public in the audience that wanted to provide comments?
Yes, we can. Was there any other members of the audience that wanted to provide comment? No? Seeing
Thank you.
none, thank you very much. We'll now hear the motion, Madam Deputy Clerk, if you...
Moved by Bard, seconded by Clark. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-030, Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, Minor Variance Application 2023-A13, Bonnie and Randy Sheldrake, 2309 Penetanguishene Road, be received and adopted. Two, that minor variance application 2023-A13, specifically for permission to build an addition to the existing detached accessory building garage with an increase in height of 6.7 meters, 22.0 feet, and an increase in floor area of 891.8 square meters, 9,600 square feet, on lands municipally known as 2309 Penetanguishene Road, Township of Oro-Medonte, be deferred to provide the applicants the opportunity to address the natural heritage policies contained in the provincial policy statement, growth plan, County of Simcoe, and township official plans. Three, that the applicants be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Motion carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those for their attendance and participation. And a copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral submissions during the hearing in regards to this application. Thank you very much. Okay. Move along to application 2023-A14, Craig Shelswell, concession 11, West Part Lot 9. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Craig Shelswell on lands legally known as concession 11, West Part Lot 9. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Has there been any correspondence received on this matter, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, April 18, Building Division, April 19, Manager of Development Engineering, April 19, and Hiawatha First Nation dated April 24, 2023.
Thank you very much. Now I'll turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I go in and out, I feel like my internet is a bit unstable, so just let me know. So this is application 2023 A12 for concession 11 West Part Lot 9. The zoning is mineral aggregate resource 2 with a holding provision on it. The official plan designation is the Oro Marine Enhancement Area, and the current use is vacant. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, there we go. So the applicant is proposing to recognize an existing lot with 0 meters of frontage that has a deeded right-of-way over the adjacent property at 1821 line 10 north. So there's 2 sections here. The second section was section 5.10 was added during the report writing stage to construct street, and then table B4 is the single detached dwelling in the mineral aggregate resource to go from 45 meters to 0 meters. Am I coming through clear to everybody?
Yes, so far you are. Thank you.
Okay, good. Maybe it's just the video that's pausing on you guys. Okay, next slide. So here we can see the aerial photo. The property highlighted in red is the landlocked parcel. Right between the lot lines of 1787 and 1821. Derek, if you can just use your cursor there. Up a little bit. Yeah, just right in between there. There's a deeded right-of-way, there's a driveway, and you'll see that in the site photos. Next slide. Here we can see the zoning. So most of the property is mineral aggregate resource 2 with that holding provision, as well as just a little bit of environmental protection at the back. Note that the holding provision is there because the property doesn't have the frontage and they haven't gone through this variance process to recognize that 0 frontage. Next slide. And the township current official plan, adopted official plan, and the county official plan, all greenlands, and the marine core area. Next slide. And so this is the applicant's site plan, one being the photo on the left, which shows the site plan. That's the 10-foot right-of-way.
I'm sorry, could you back up to the beginning of the description of the diagram on the left? You did cut out momentarily. And if you are using your video, maybe you could gain a little extra bandwidth by shutting it down at your end?
Okay, yeah, let me start over. So just the photo on the left there, if you can see there's a part 1 and a part 2. The part 2 is the easement. So it's a 10-foot easement over 1821. And in this aerial photo on the right-hand side, you can kind of see that driveway a little bit better. And those site photos will indicate that. And this easement is quite old, early 1900s, I think. 1921, I believe, was the date. So it's been there for a significant amount of time to provide access to that landlocked parcel. Next slide. So north and south on line 10 and the notice sign posted. Next slide. And here we can see the photo on the left shows that deeded access driveway that's been there for quite some time. And then those two right-hand photos are of that landlocked parcel, which is undeveloped at this point. Next slide. And so my recommendation is for approval of this minor variance with the condition of having an entrance permit and a 911 sign, so a number assigned to the property, as well as condition C, which is to bring forward a bylaw at a future meeting date to remove the hold from that property, which would be brought forward after the 20 days appeal period has finished for the minor variance. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. I'd ask the applicant, Craig Shelswell, if he's present. Okay, thank you very much. And you are registered to speak? I am.
I've registered, but I don't think I registered to speak.
Oh, okay, all right. If you, do you wish to provide any comments or indicate anything further?
Any questions you can ask.
Okay, if you want to, okay, please just come up and acknowledge whether or not you want to comment, and then that way we'll have it on the record. Thank you very much.
And if they have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Mr. Shelswell? Seeing none, okay, and just one moment, please.
Yeah.
Just, okay, that's good for now. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I just didn't want to have you running back and forth. Do we have any people, public registered to speak via Zoom or otherwise?
Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Bart. Councillor Shell, please.
Yes, a little clarification, please. This minor variance application 2023-A12 reads the same number to item 6A on my agenda, and on my agenda, this one should be reading 2023-A14.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shell. I noticed that as well. Mr. Shell. Councillor Shell, I noticed that as well. And thank you for clarifying that point for the record.
Thank you.
Is there anyone present here in the chambers wishing to address this matter? Seeing none, okay. Has there been any additional correspondence received, Director Whitloop?
No additional comments.
Thank you very much. Any questions for, no, thank you very much from the committee. Madam Deputy Clerk, might we hear the motion?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Young. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-037 Danielle Waters, planner, minor variance application 2023-A14, Craig Shelswell, concession 11, West Part Lot 9, Oro, Township of Oro-Medonte, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023-A14, specifically to permit a reduced frontage of 0.0 meters, 0 feet, and to permit construction of buildings on a lot that does not front on an assumed public street for lands located at concession 11, West Part Lot 9, Oro, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-037. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Motion carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all the participants for their attendance and participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted verbal or written comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Thank you very much. Application 2023-A15, IKD Inc., 257 Moonstone Road East. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provision of Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by IKD Inc. on lands municipally known as 257 Moonstone Road East. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, April 18, and Manager of Development Engineering, April 19, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2023-A15 for 257 Moonstone Road East. The zoning is local commercial. The official plan designation is rural settlement area of Moonstone, and the current use is residential and commercial. Next slide. So the applicant is proposing to modify the definition of a custom workshop to recognize an existing use of a woodworking shop that has been in place since 2012. So on the left is the definition of a custom workshop, and we're proposing to permit a woodworking shop within that definition for the local commercial area. Next slide. Here we can see the aerial photo. So the building that kind of has the little bump out there onto Moonstone, that's the existing residential dwelling, and then the building with the white roof is the existing shop. Next slide. So here we can see the existing zoning, local commercial, as well as, which is in pink, and we can kind of see that there's several local commercial properties within that area on the corner of Line 8 and Moonstone. Next slide. And the township official plan, the current one, rural settlement area, the adopted official plan, rural settlements, and the county official plan is settlement area. Next slide. This is the applicant's site plan. So this is the existing survey of the property that shows the shop as well as the dwelling. Some photos from the property, east and west on Moonstone, and then the sign the notice sign that was posted on the shop. Next slide. The photo on the left shows the existing dwelling, and the photo on the right is the parking area for the shop. And then 2 photos of the existing shop there. So my recommendation is for approval. Several things within the conditions, just looking at C2, which requires the applicant to obtain site plan approval for a proposed expansion to that workshop with that custom workshop definition. So the applicant will be applying for site plan approval for that. And I'm here to answer any questions, and I believe that the applicant is here as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. Now I'll ask if the applicant has registered to speak to the application, and if they wish to provide any comments or indicate if they have anything further to add to the report of staff. Is there anyone registered to speak from IKD?
Staff did not receive a registration unless the applicant is in the audience.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. I presume not then. Thank you very much. Does committee have any questions of staff? Seeing none, Are there any persons or participants registered via Zoom or in person to speak?
There were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone present in the chambers who wishes to speak to this application? Seeing none. Any additional correspondence received with regard to this matter, Director Whitlett?
No additional comments received during the meeting.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, can we hear the motion for this application?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-038, Danielle Waters, Planner, minor variance application 2023-A15 by IKD Inc., 257 Moonstone Road East be received and adopted. Two, that minor variance application 2023-A15, specifically for the purpose to modify the definition of custom workshop to recognize an existing use of a woodworking shop on lands municipally known as 257 Moonstone Road East, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-038. Three, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? Carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Application 2023-A16, Carrie Thomas and Andrew Rother, 9 Georgian Drive. This public hearing is being held in accordance to the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Carrie Thomas and Andrew Rother on lands municipally known as 9 Georgian Drive. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. I will now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minor variance application 2023-A16 is for lands located at 9 Georgian Drive, which is in the rural settlement area of Warminster. The subject property has a frontage of 36.8 meters and a lot area of 0.2 hectares. The lands currently support a one-story single detached dwelling and a detached accessory building, which is the shed. In an overview, the subject property is zoned R1, Residential 1 in the Township zoning bylaw and is designated rural settlement area in the Township's current official plan. The applicants are proposing to construct an addition to be comprised of an attached garage to the existing single detached dwelling. The applicants are seeking relief to the following section of zoning bylaw 9795, which is to reduce the required interior side yard setback of the single detached dwelling from 2.5 meters to 1.8 meters to accommodate the proposed addition. Subject property is within the rural settlement area of Warminster, shown on the air photo. Land uses comprise predominantly of low-rise single detached dwelling lots. Subject property is zoned R1 in the Township zoning bylaw and is surrounded by similar zoned properties in Warminster. The official plan land use is rural settlement in the local township's current official plan and the adopted official plan, and is also designated settlements in the county's official plan. So the applicants are proposing an addition to the existing dwelling located to the west portion of the property. There is an existing portion of the dwelling that is proposed to be removed to accommodate the proposed addition. The applicant is proposing to utilize the existing driveway and to make slight modifications to the driveway, which will go through the operations department road entrance permit requirement if needed. And noted that the side yard setback is for the one side, the westerly portion only. And the planning report reflects that it's just for that one interior side yard only. The applicants provided some architectural drawings. This image here shows the applicant's floor plan. There proposed to be a man door coming off the front side of the proposed addition, and a man door located at the back of the garage, and again to accommodate their vehicles and storage, and there will be access into the main dwelling from the proposed garage addition. Few elevation images here showing one bay garage located at the front of the dwelling. The applicant is also proposing another garage bay at the rear of the dwelling, make it easier to bring material equipment in and out of the garage through the garage bay door. And on the right view, the middle view on the screen there, there are no windows, no doors proposed along that interior side lot line. That's the subject of the variance. The applicant has also provided a couple of 3D renderings showing various angles of the proposed addition in the context of the existing dwelling. Just for committee's reference, this image is provided for them. A couple of the images looking east and west along Georgian Drive, and the notice sign posting in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. A couple of shots here, the view of the subject property from the road and also the location of the proposed addition. It's noted that the existing single bay garage is proposed to be demolished to be replaced with a brand new garage, which is the subject of this application. Committee will note along the interior side lot line, there is a row of large mature trees, and staff have made a recommendation, should this application proceed, that any removal of the existing vegetation should be replaced with similar. We got a couple of more images there showing the existing location or the location of the proposed garage. Along the interior side lot line, the image to the left, and on the right there, just a shot showing the proximity of the abutting property to the west there of the subject property. Again, note the large mature trees there. And one more shot here, taking a look, standing at the location of the garage, looking at the rear of the applicant's property. Again, in the vantage there, you can see the low-rise residential uses that surround the property. So planning staff have reviewed the applicant's minor variance application and is of the opinion that it satisfies the 4 tests of the minor variance and are recommending approval of the minor variance application subject to the standard conditions as outlined in the staff report. Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions committee may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karaskakis. I'm going to ask the applicant, Carrie Thomas, who is registered to speak to the application, if she wishes to provide any comments or indicate if she has any further to be added to the staff presentation.
Nope, I think, do you want me to come up this way?
Yes, please. Yeah, please come up just so it's for the record. Thank you.
Carrie Thompson, and I have nothing to add. I think you did a good job.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the committee members have any questions or concerns, comments? Thank you very much. Are there any registrants to speak to this matter, either via Zoom or in person? Madam Deputy Clerk?
No, Mr. Chair, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Are there any members present here in the gallery to address this matter? Okay, seeing none. Any additional correspondence received on this matter, Director Whitlib?
No, Mr. Deputy Mayor, not regarding this application.
Madam Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to note that the following correspondence that was received was from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated April 17, and Severn Sound Environmental Association dated April 19, 2023.
Thank you very much. I apologize for skipping that step. Madam Deputy Clerk, might we have the motion read?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-035, Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, Minor Variance Application 2023-A16, Carrie Thompson and Andrew Rother, 9 Georgian Drive, be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023-A16, specifically to permit the construction of an addition attached garage to the existing single detached dwelling with a reduced interior side yard setback of 1.8 meters, 5.9 feet, on lands municipally known as 9 Georgian Drive, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-035. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes the meeting, or closes the hearing, excuse me. The committee wishes to thank those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will mail to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Thank you very much. Okay, subject to the will of the rest of the committee, I'll proceed with one more hearing and then we'll have a 5-minute break. Okay. Application 2023-A17, Teresa Ainsley and William Kersey, 5363 Line 9 North. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Teresa Ainsley and William Kersey on lands municipally known as 5363 Line 9 North. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, have there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering, April 18, Operations Division, April 18, Severn Sound Environmental Association, April 19, and Ministry of Transportation, April 21, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. McCarroll, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. So the property is located at 5363 Line 9 North. The property is zoned agricultural rural, and it's designated rural and environmental protection 2 in the township's existing official plan, and it's designated green lands in the township adopted official plan. The current use of the property is residential. So the applicants are proposing to build a detached accessory building, which is proposed to be used as a garage, And they're looking for relief from section 5.1.4, maximum height to be increased from 4.5 meters to 5.14 meters. And section 5.1.6, maximum floor area to be increased from 100 square meters to 146.3 square meters. Next slide. So this is an aerial image of the property. So the dwelling is located in the middle of the property, and there is, you can't see it on the aerial, but there is an existing detached accessory building just to the south of the dwelling. And then the new garage is proposed to be located to the northwest of the dwelling. So you can see on the aerial, but that area where they're proposing to build is a significant woodland. Next slide. So this map shows the existing zoning of the property. So the entire property is zoned agricultural rural, which is illustrated in yellow on this map. Next slide. So this map illustrates the township's existing official plan, the natural heritage mapping. And so the entire property has been identified as being within a significant woodland, and it's also designated, environmental protection too. And then in that gray, the diagonal lines, that is an area of natural and scientific interest, and it includes the area where they're proposing to build the garage. Next slide. So the map on the left-hand side is the township official plan land use designations, which the entire property is rural. The middle map is the township adopted official plan land use designation, which the entire property is greenlands. And then the map on the right-hand side is the county official plan land use designation, which is also greenlands. Next slide. So this is the applicant's site plan. So they're proposing to build the garage, which is just to the northwest of the dwelling. And they're planning on extending the existing garage from where it turns into the attached garage and extending it over to the proposed detached garage. Next slide. So these are the applicant's elevation drawings. So they have requested an increase in height to install a car lift inside the garage. Next slide. So this is the applicant's floor plan. So as you can see, they're proposing to use the garage or use the accessory building as a garage, and it's only 1 story. Next slide. So these 2 photos are looking both north and south along line 9 north. Next slide. And these 2 photos look east and west along Moonstone Road East. Next slide. So these are photos of the 2 public notice signs that were posted both along Line North and along Moonstone Road East. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the existing detached accessory building, and the photo on the right shows the existing dwelling, which has an attached 3-car garage. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows the location of the proposed garage. You can barely make it out, but there are actually 2 stakes there. You can see the red tops barely. But that's where they're proposing to put that's where the front of the garage would be. And then the photo on the right shows the view of the property from line 9 north. So based off of the location of where they're proposing to build, in the winter, you'd probably only see the roof of the garage. And then once those trees fill in, you probably wouldn't see the garage at all when viewed from the road. Next slide. So the property contains an area of natural and scientific interest, as well as a significant woodland. So the provincial, county, and township policies do not allow development or site alteration in an area of natural and scientific interest or in a significant woodland, unless it's been demonstrated that there will be no negative impact on the natural heritage features. So it's recommended that they obtain an environmental impact study to demonstrate that there will be no negative impact on the ANSI or on the significant woodland. Next slide. So it's recommended that the application be deferred to provide the applicants the opportunity to obtain an environmental impact study to address the provincial, county, and township natural heritage policies. And I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the agent, Matthew Smitham, who is registered to speak to the application, and if he wishes to provide any comment or indicate if he has anything further to be added to the staff presentation.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you very well, thank you.
Oh, wonderful. No, this is Matthew Smitham. I have nothing to add. I would be happy to obtain the environmental impact study for you guys in order to hopefully move forward on this project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Committee members, do you have any questions? Councillor Young.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Just one question, I guess the obvious to me. You have a 3-car garage. You have an outbuilding. Why do you need another garage for?
It's for the owners. He just simply wants to put his tractors and everything in there. We just recently built that building last year, and it's an older retired couple, and he simply has toys that he wants to place in there.
Yeah, thank you. I've been in that residence, and it's difficult to see from Moonstone. It is quite hidden back in there. So, okay, thank you. I just obviously was curious about that obvious question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. Seeing none. Are there any registered parties from either via Zoom or present here in chambers to speak to this matter?
There were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none. Has there been additional correspondence received?
No additional comments.
Thank you very much. Any final comments or questions? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Clerk, might we hear the motion?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Clark. It is recommended one that DS 2023-031, Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, minor variance application 2023-A17, Teresa Ainsley and William Kershey, 5363 Line 9 North be received and adopted. 2, that minor variance application 2023 building garage with an increase in height of 5.14 meters, 16.8 feet, and an increase in floor area of 146.3 square meters, 1,575 square feet on lands municipally known as 5363 Line 9 North, Township of Oro-Medonte, be deferred to provide the applicants the opportunity to address the natural heritage policies contained in the provincial policy statement, growth plan, County of Simcoe, and township official plans. 3, that the applicants be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? Oh, excuse me, I have failed to notice that Councillor Schell has his hand raised. Councillor Schell? Oh, it could be. It's true.
Yeah, I'm just unmuting. No, I put my hand up because I don't have a sign.
Okay.
I'm voting
So
in
it's
favor.
your vote in favor of?
That's my vote in favor, yes.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Motion carried. So this completes the application process and closes this hearing. Committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written or comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. With that, we will take a 5-minute break, and for the members in the gallery, there are public washrooms out there if you find yourself in need of them. you. And everybody can turn on their, particularly me, turn their video back on.
Mr. Chair, we're live.
Thank you very much. Application 2023A18, Rod and Val Cunetz. Apologize for any error there. You can correct me when you come to the microphone. 243 Lakeshore Road West. This public hearing is being held in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Rod and Val Cunetz on lands municipally known as 243 Lakeshore Road West. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any correspondence on this matter?
Yes, correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated April 19. Fred Stott, April 26. Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, dated May 1st, and Graham and Debbie Western, dated May 3rd, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Derek Whitlib, Director of Development Services, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from this applicant. Director Whitlib, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject lands that are the subject of this minor variance application are at 243 Lakeshore Road West. They're the sliver of land you can see hatched on the screen in front of you. They're in the shoreline residential zone, accordingly designated shoreline in the official plan, and there's a residential use on the property now. While we have this slide up, I'll just point out a somewhat unique characteristic. The committee doesn't see too many of these, but this is one of a series of lots along Kempenfelt Bay that are water lots. In other words, the ownership of the land does extend out into the lake. So that's why you see the blue portion, which is the lake portion of the hatched area, and the white portion, which is the inland portion. In this case, the applicant wishes to demolish an existing single detached dwelling on the property and replace it with a new dwelling, and that's triggered the need for 4 variances, and they're listed as follows. Firstly, being a minimum setback from the average high water mark from Lake Simcoe. So whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum of 20 meters, the applicants are proposing a 15-meter setback. I'll note, as noted in the staff report, that 15-meter setback is consistent with the existing setback of the existing dwelling on the property. The applicants are also seeking a minimum interior side yard that's on the westerly side of the dwelling. Whereas the zoning bylaw requires 3 meters, the applicants are seeking 1.15 meters. And again, that's a setback that's being requested that's consistent with the existing setback of the existing dwelling. The applicants are also seeking relief of what's called an exterior side yard. One side of this property abuts an unimproved road allowance. So much like on a corner lot, there's a greater setback requirement. So whereas the zoning bylaw requires a minimum exterior side yard of setback of 7.5 meters, the applicants are proposing a setback of 4.12 meters. That does represent a reduction to the side yard from that side yard that is currently present for the existing dwelling. So they are seeking to go closer to the exterior side yard. And lastly, they are seeking a height variance. So whereas the zoning bylaw permits a maximum height of 11 meters measured from the midpoint of the peak to the eaves, the applicants are proposing a slightly higher height of 11.39 meters. This slide actually better illustrates what I was talking about earlier, the water lot, so you can see where the land ownership extends into Kempenfelt Bay. You'll note that there's a single detached dwelling on the property, and I'm just going to point out a feature. This is as good a slide as any. The dwelling is attached to a garage by a bit of a breezeway connection. You can see that between the 2 structures on the aerial image. That garage structure, which is on the west or left side of the property there, it's a garage on the roadside, and it also serves as a boathouse on the lakeside, and you'll see that when we move through the images. Just to quickly go through some of the context, the property is zoned shoreline residential in the township zoning bylaw. In the township's current official plan, the adopted official plan, which is adopted in October of 2022, The lands are recognized in both planning documents as within the shoreline designation. In the county plan, the shoreline areas are treated as rural areas, so hence the county plan, which is the image on the far right, identifies the lands as being within a rural designation. This is a site plan, and we'll move into another image after this one that goes into it in greater detail. But this drawing shows the proposed dwelling. So that dark gray is the footprint of the proposed dwelling. And it's numbered 1, 2, and 3. 1 represents the variance request from setback from the lake. 2 is the east or westerly rather interior side yard. 3 is the easterly exterior side yard. And not shown on this is variance 4, and that's a variance to height of the dwelling. Here we zoom a little closer. So the number 1, again, setback from the lake. That setback's measured from the front face of the wall to the average high water mark of Lake Simcoe. I'll point out, it's a little hard to see on this slide, but whereas the proposed dwelling will be in line with is proposed to be in line with the existing dwelling, coming no closer to the lake. The existing dwelling also has an existing wood deck which juts out closer to the lake. That deck is not proposed to be part of the new development, so the overall development will be minus that deck, so will be in fact to some degree farther away from the lake in that respect. Number 2, the interior side yard, again, matches that of the existing dwelling. The committee will see as we move through the slides, another reason for that interior side yard setback is to take advantage of existing marine railway infrastructure that's built on the property. The third variance, again, is that exterior side yard, which is proposed to be shortened from the existing, and the fourth variance, again, being the height. So these renderings show conceptually what the proposed dwelling would look like. The image on the left is a view if one was standing on the road looking at the dwelling, and the image on the right is a view from the lake. So you can see in this case, when looked at from the road, there's an attached garage proposed. On the lake side, there's built into the dwelling another garage bay, and that is actually the bay for the boathouse, taking advantage again of that existing marine railway infrastructure. A couple of side elevations as well, so from the east and west sides to give a sense of the height and context of the dwelling. So here we'll get into some photos. The first 2 images on the left are simply east and west views along Lakeshore Road. In both cases, you could see the existing driveway entrance, and the image on the right shows the public notice sign posted. In the background, you see the existing dwelling on the property with its breezeway connection to the existing attached garage. All of that, of course, is proposed to be demolished. This is another view of the dwelling, the image on the left. So again, dwelling and attached garage connected by breezeway. And just one more view from the road, which captures the driveway, the dwelling, and the notice sign on the property. So a couple of images here. The image on the left is taken standing in front of the existing dwelling looking west. And what was attempted to be captured there is the front wall of the existing dwelling, which is in the foreground, and the front edge of the neighboring dwelling on the west side. And you can see that they're approximately in line with one another. So the proposed development would not jet out towards the lake significantly closer at all than the existing dwelling to the west. There is no dwelling immediately on the east side. There's an unimproved road allowance that provides access to the lake. And then to the east of that road allowance, there are further dwellings. The image on the right is taken from the lakeside looking into the property. And in the foreground, you could see that marine railway infrastructure, that concrete channel with the railway that the applicants are proposing to retain, and that in part has dictated the setback on the west side. These 2 images show that proposed westerly interior side yard. Between which again is not proposed to be reduced any further. So if you're looking at the image on the left, that is standing on the lakeside looking towards the road. So the existing dwelling is that brown brick structure that's on the right side of that photo. on the left side of that photo is a neighboring dwelling. And you can see that swale between the properties that's lined with river rock. The image on the right is simply looking from the roadside toward the lake, same side yard. These two images show the easterly exterior side yard. So the image on the left, standing at the lake, looking towards the road, the existing dwelling, you could see the edge of it. And then on the right side of that, the dwelling, the photo rather that I'm talking about, you can see a rather mature cedar hedge. To approximate it, I'm going to say that the new dwelling would cut that setback area approximately in half. So the new dwelling is proposed to reduce that side yard there. And the image that's on the right side of the screen is, again, the same side yard, exterior side yard, just looking from the road towards the lake. And these last images, I'm almost done here, Mr. Chair. I mentioned the unimproved road allowance. So the image on the left is standing on Lakeshore looking down the unimproved road allowance, which is known as MacArthur Street. You could see the steel bollards there, and that provides pedestrian access for the public down to the water's edge. You can see particularly when you're looking down that road allowance, on the right side of that road allowance, that's the hedge that's on the applicant's property. And the image on the right side of your screen was taken standing on the road allowance, looking at the hedge, looking at the applicant's dwelling. So if one were to look carefully, you can see a bit of the outline of the applicant's existing dwelling, which is screened rather well by that existing hedge. That brings us to the staff recommendation. The staff report that the committee has does analyze the application against the 4 tests of a minor variance. Staff did find, in our opinion, that the application does meet the 4 tests. So we are recommending approval of the application, subject to a number of conditions. And I won't go through all of them, but I do want to point out a couple of them. Condition 3C says that the applicant maintains and preserves the existing vegetative buffer along the easterly property line or replaces it with a similar vegetative buffer if destroyed. So from staff's perspective, when you get construction occurring adjacent to a hedge like that, there is the potential for impacts. And sometimes, despite best intentions, things happen during the construction process. So this is a condition that the committee will recall seeing in other applications where, as a condition of approval, the expectation is that the applicant would do some replanting if there's damage done. And I also want to point out condition D. This is based on comments received from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, that a planting plan be required of natural self-sustaining vegetation along the shoreline, and that would be a condition of the applicable LSRCA permit that would also be required in this case. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I'd be happy to try and address any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlib. I now ask the agent, Matt Reed, who is registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide any comments or to indicate if he has any further to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Reed. There he is.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks, Derek, for the great presentation there. I really think you did cover everything that was on the list there, so I don't really have anything else to add, but I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reed. Committee members, do you have any comments, questions for this matter? Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Deputy. Through you to Derek or Mr. Reed, the setback from the water line is 5 meters less, I believe. Does that need to be signed off by the Conservation Authority?
Through the chair, to Mayor Greenlaw. So the Conservation Authority has provided comments on the application. They did not object to the reduction to the setback from the lakeside. I should add that what the applicants are proposing is a setback of 15 meters. That's actually the LSRCA's minimum required setback. from the lake. The Township of Oro-Medonte zoning bylaw is more restrictive than that. The Township of Oro-Medonte requires 20 meters. So while the applicant's proposed setback does not comply with the township's bylaw, it does comply with LSRCA policies. I'll just reiterate though that the LSRCA did request a shoreline planting of natural vegetation.
Nope, thank you very much. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. I don't have any questions specific to this. Again, it's just a general comment to those. Again, it's a bit of an educational thing in reading this report of those that are interested in, I guess, in conserving the beauty, the natural beauty of Oro-Medonte. But I just want to read just one line. This is in reference to Bill 23. It says more clearly, any development that is authorized by the Planning Act is exempt from Conservation Authority approval. So it speaks quite clearly as to the authority of Bill 23, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments or questions for the floor? I just wonder, just as a matter of curiosity, do we know how thick that fence is? It's presumably entirely on the applicant's property. So it does kind of give a different view of what the setback might be.
To the Deputy Mayor, the hedge? Is that
yeah, the hedge, so yes.
Based on the applicant's sketches, it does appear to be on the applicant's property. When one looks at the aerial photography, the property line appears to split the hedge, but the aerial imagery, there's sometimes a bit of distortion. So I may defer to the applicant's agent if they have any information regarding that hedge and if they have any knowledge of ownership of it, whether it's entirely on the private property. Again, from staff's perspective, it appears to be at least mostly on the private property, or whether it might be on the road allowance, but I can't confirm that based on the information we have.
Okay, yeah, I can speak to that actually. So on the legal survey that we had done, it does note that the center line of the hedge is 0.3 of a meter, I believe, to the east property line. So I think if the hedge were to not survive construction, we would still be replanting it, but we would plant it on the property line. Right?
So being 0.3 of a meter to the east would put it predominantly on the township's property.
That's if I've interpreted the legal survey correctly.
Okay. And is there a requirement? I didn't notice. Probably is. Is there the requirement to pin these locations for the setback purposes?
Oh, you mean for like foundations? When we do the new structure?
Yeah, to have a surveyor note the locations of the current setbacks so that when the new construction goes in, that it maintains. Yes, I see. Right. Yes,
yeah, that would be condition
Thank
E.
You. I didn't see that at the first run through. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Is anyone from the public registered to speak in Zoom or in person?
The applicant was also registered to provide comments, and she is on the screen as well. If we can check if there are any additional comments that she would like to provide.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any comments? Ms. Kuninet, any comments?
Sorry,
oh,
unmuted.
No problem.
No, I have no comments. I think the presentations have been quite clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public present here to address the matter? Yes, please. Could you come forward to the microphone and state your name and express your concern? And you have 2 minutes or thereabouts.
2 minutes. Gotcha. So my name's Graham Western. This is my wife, Debbie Western. We live to the east of the subject property.
Right.
I submitted a letter, which
Yes.
I don't know if you all got a chance to read yet, but I'd like to take the opportunity, if it's permissible, to read it to you.
It'll be quick.
Couple of our concerns. It's fairly short.
Yep. Thank you very much.
So, like I said, we're the homeowners directly adjacent to the east of the property at 243 Lakeshore Road West. That's requesting that is requesting several minor variances to the existing zoning bylaw 9795. We've owned this home since September of 2008 and thoroughly enjoy the neighborhood and all that it has to offer. Excuse me. Neither one of us has participated previously in a public hearing and can only hope that we abide by the standards and protocols of the meeting. We're both here in attendance to participate in this process as we feel very strongly about what is being proposed in these minor variances. Are the variances in fact minor, or are they too large or too important to be considered as minor? We can't help but wonder as to what extent the impact will be on neighboring properties in the immediate and general area. Of concern most specifically is the reduction in the minimum exterior side yard required setback from the 7.5 meters to the proposed 4.12 meters. Should this minor variance be granted, it, according to the site plan, will result in the existing cedar tree line being removed and presumably replaced with something that is a great deal smaller, inevitably altering the aesthetics and character of the neighborhood. I'd like to point out that the existing trees are very much in accordance with what is currently in the community. I put forward that the removal of these trees will show a break in the pattern or continuity of the street, be visually incongruous and detrimental to the streetscape. In addition, and of great importance, it appears that the existing tree line depicted on the applicant's site plan is not where it is shown and is in fact running along the property line with a number of trees falling on the township access way. We just talked about that. Can trees be removed from public land, I question? Further, there would be a complete elimination of our own screening, shade, scenery, and loss of privacy. We also have grave concerns about the water runoff ditch that flows beside this tree line. Will the removal of the trees and their root system contribute to erosion and consequential runoff into the lake? We draw our drinking water from the lake, and this intake is directly in the vicinity of any potential runoff, not only through the construction phase, but as a reduction in drainage due to the increased size of the house footprint. Shouldn't we be concerned about the environmental impact that this will have? In closing, I would like to add a few final words. In our view, the character of the neighborhood is deserving of protection. A primary factor considered by my wife and I when we bought our property in this particular neighborhood was the degree of spaciousness, sunlight, shade, and most of all the privacy that was dictated by the existing bylaws when the area was first developed. We paid a higher purchase price, pay higher annual taxes for the enjoyment of these qualities, and should I dare say, should be entitled to protection from a reduction in zoning standards. Respectfully, we should be able to rely upon a municipality's former zoning policies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Oh, just one moment, please. Councillor Young, I might have a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. How long have you lived there?
14 years.
Okay, thank you. That's all I just want to know. Thank you.
Any other questions for the participants? Okay. Seeing none, Can I ask the Director Whitlib, please, can we confirm the, or what the status of the hedgerow is with regard to its ownership?
To you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee, I think the information we have is only what we've heard this evening. So we've heard the applicant's agent say that based on the survey, they've seen that it's just slightly on the road allowance municipal side. These hedges historically, you know, one can assume that was the township did not go around planting privacy hedges. One would assume that the previous owners or some previous owner of the property planted that hedge on or near where they believe their boundary to be. But in terms of its precise location, and it is, you know, it's a fairly wide hedge, but we heard the information that the trunks appear to be just on the township side of the line.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor Greenlaw.
Through the chair to Mr. Whitlib, what is the current side yard setback that exists prior to this reconstruction?
Through the chair, to Mayor Greenlaw, unless the applicant's agent can provide that definition, I was going to go to their site plan, which I think dimensioned that. So while I'm looking for it, if the applicant's agent knows what the easterly exterior side yard setback is of the existing dwelling, that would be appreciated.
Just having a look as well, just doing this meeting from home tonight, so may not have access to that existing file that we uploaded. That did show that existing survey, but just give me a moment here.
Not on the first page of the...
I'm going to say 9 meters.
So the existing setback on the east was 9.78 meters.
Okay.
Proposed 4.17.
10.7.
And I should note too that, you know, that is a rather large exterior side yard setback that most rural areas, usually it's 3 meters. So for this width of lot, a lot of times what we do is we'll compare like minimum lot frontage, which I don't know what it is for this lot off my head, but typically, you know, with these older lots, they never conform to all aspects of the zoning bylaw, and that's where, you know, these minor variances do come into play. It is also important to the homeowner to maintain some privacy from MacArthur Street, of course, right? They don't want people using that street to be seeing into their yard, so you know they definitely want to maintain the hedge. And that is the goal. And if we have to add more plantings to make it thick again, then we will. And there is room left down that side yard to do so.
Yeah, supplemental. I guess what I was kind of trying to understand is if it was a 2 meter setback versus a 1.15, would that ensure that the hedge line doesn't get ruined? Like, so if they're asking for a proposed 1.5 versus a 3, so if we
excuse me, Mr. Mayor, that's the westerly side.
No, okay, so
the easterly side is
4.2.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, this couple has come here tonight just unsure. I mean, they want that hedge there, obviously, but I heard the Director Whitley indicate which happens, accidents happen, but the whole point of it is to ensure that it doesn't happen, given the privacy and the length of that the hedge has been established there. So I'm going to suggest that something be erected, whether it's on a temporary basis, perhaps, to ensure that doesn't happen. Whether it be that orange type of, fencing and to secure, that it doesn't happen. And in my view, there's no reason for it to happen. It's just carelessness that would happen, in my opinion. Okay, so let's ensure that hedge remains, and certainly the constructor does what is necessary that hedge fully in itself remains, and so that nothing has to be replanted. These are very mature trees, hedge, and there's no reason for them to be damaged in any way through carelessness.
Thank you very much, Councillor Young. Any further comments? No. Mr. Bard? Okay. Any additional correspondence received during the meeting, Director Whitlip?
No additional comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Does the agent or applicant wish to make any further comment?
I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nor I, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Deputy Clerk, could we hear the motion, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-040 Derek Whitlib, Director Development Services, minor variance application 2023-A18 Rod and Val Conez 243 Lakeshore Road West be received. 2, that minor variance application 2023-A18, specifically to permit the construction of a new dwelling with a minimum setback of 15 meters from the average high watermark of Lake Simcoe, a minimum westerly interior side yard of 1.15 meters, and a minimum easterly exterior side yard of 4.12 meters, and a maximum height of 11.39 meters on lands municipally known as 243 Lakeshore Road West, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-040, as amended to add as condition D and renumbered accordingly. D, that the applicants submit to the satisfaction of the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority a shoreline planting plan consisting of natural self-sustaining vegetation. 4, that the applicant be advised of the committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All in favor? Motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Thank you very much. Application 2023-B03, Brenda Nightingale, 83 Hummingbird Hill Road. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Brenda Nightingale on lands municipally known as 83 Hummingbird Hill Road. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been any correspondence received on this matter?
Yes, correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager, Development and Engineering, April 19, Arlene Bissett, April 25th, Hiawatha First Nation, April 24, Township of Oro-Medonte Operations Division, April 25, County of Simcoe Planning Department, April 26, Enbridge Gas, Inc., April 27, Jolene Bradley and Derek Orvis, dated April 30, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Mr. Karaskakis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Consent application 2023 B03 is for lands located at 83 Hummingbird Hill Road. The subject lands have a total lot area of approximately 19.2 hectares and are located on the south side of Hummingbird Hill Road. The subject lands currently support a single detached dwelling and several agricultural buildings. The current use of the lands to be enhanced, which is shown on that location map in the northeast corner, is vacant, which are also termed as the benefiting lands subject to this consent application. The zoning of both 83 Hummingbird Hill Road and the vacant parcel in the northeast corner is zoned agricultural rural and are both designated agricultural in the township's official plan. The applicant is requesting consent to sever and merge lands for the purpose of a boundary adjustment, lot addition, as noted in that chart there. So the lands to be severed from 83 Hummingbird Hill Road to be added to that vacant parcel of land, which does not have a municipal address as it's vacant, is approximately 19.5 meters of frontage, an area of about 0.41 acres to be added to the vacant parcel of land. The total merged property, that vacant parcel to be enhanced, would provide a frontage of approximately 50 meters along Hummingbird Hill Road and an area of approximately 0.4 hectares. As I mentioned, the lands are currently vacant and the applicant is proposing to construct a new single detached dwelling on that parcel of land. It should also be noted that no new lots are proposed as a result of this boundary adjustment. So the aerial image here, the property outlined in red, that rectangular box there, that's the vacant lands. Those are the lands to be enhanced. So the lands to be severed from 83 Hummingbird Hill would essentially be an L-shaped parcel to be merged with that rectangular vacant parcel of land. Currently, that property is about 0.2 hectares, and the land lot addition would enhance that to 0.4 hectares. Mentioned earlier, the subject property and the adjacent lands are zoned agricultural rural in the township zoning bylaw. And the subject property is designated agricultural in both the current and adopted township official plans and also the County of Simcoe's official plan. So as mentioned, the applicant's consent sketch is shown here. So the existing parcel, the vacant parcel, is noted as part 1 on that sketch there, which is located on that northeasterly corner of 83 Hummingbird Hill. The applicant is proposing to sever and merge the lands outlined in a red hatched line type to be added to part 1. So essentially going from 0.2 hectares to 0.4 hectares as a result of this lot addition. As mentioned, no new lots are being created as part of this consent application. It's solely for the purpose of a boundary adjustment lot addition. This image here shows the applicant's conceptual site plan, should this be approved. So a new driveway coming off of Hummingbird Hill, retaining as many existing trees as possible, and with a dwelling located central on that parcel. A couple of images here showing views along Hummingbird Hill Road, and also the consent notice sign posted in accordance with the Planning Act. So views of the subject property. So the current part 1, that vacant parcel of land, is generally shown on the images here, shown on the screen there. So there is a tree line located along the call it the easterly lot line of the vacant parcel, which is shown on that left screen there, and it's completely vacant. The image on the right there shows a view of the subject property standing from Hummingbird Hill, looking towards the vacant parcel of land. A couple of images here of the retained lands. As noted previously, the lands are zoned agricultural rural. There are no structures or barns or agricultural buildings in the surrounding area. So there's no conflict in terms of land use compatibility. So planning staff have reviewed the applicant's consent application for a boundary adjustment and are of the opinion that it meets the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and official plan, and are recommending that the application be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report. Particular interest is for the applicant to ensure that its solicitor consolidates the severed lands with the lands to be enhanced to ensure that there is the merging and that that severed lot does not indeed create a separate lot, so it does merge on title. Condition C, point to committee's attention. Condition C is required by the township's operation division for a daylight triangle to be located, taken from the northeast corner of the vacant parcel. There's an unopened road allowance there where the township operations division is looking at protecting that unopened right of way in the event that it should be opened in the future. So that condition there for a 5 meter by 5 meter daylight triangle is noted there as condition C. Concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Karaskakis. I now ask the agent, Jerome Parchment, who is registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide any comments or indicate if he has anything further to be added to the staff presentation. Mr. Parchment.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. Just a few things we'd like to add. Mrs. Nightingale here and her husband severed his lot 7981. They did so in the purpose of building their retirement home on that because they have a big family. However, when they did so, they were unable or did not register it as a residential lot. So right now, Mrs. Nightingale owns the whole entire property, I think 79 acres or so. So right now we're looking to propose to build this new single story dwelling. And by doing so, we're hoping that we can, whatever the process may be, to get it registered into a residential so we can construct this the structure. But great job on explaining the process here. It was great.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
committee members, any questions? No, seeing none. Are there any members of the public, either on Zoom or present, registered to speak, Madam Deputy Clerk?
The applicant had also registered to speak. If we can just confirm if she would like to provide any additional comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Nightingale, do you have any comments to make? No, none. She says none for the record. Is there anyone present in council chambers who wishes to provide further comments with respect to this matter? Seeing none. Any additional comments received during the meeting? Confirm
No, Mr. Chair.
that is no. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion read? Take a deep breath first, I think.
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Clark. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-036, Andy Karaskakis, Senior Planner, reconsent application 2023-B03, Brenda Nightingale, 83 Hummingbird Hill Road, be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2023B03 to permit a boundary adjustment having a lot frontage of approximately 19.5 meters, 64 feet, a lot depth of approximately 80 meters, 262.4 feet, and an area of approximately 0.16 hectares, 0.41 acres to be added to the property legally described as Part Lot 68, Concession 2, Part 1 on 51R 10109, Township of Oro-Medonte be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-036. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to this application, and enjoy your new home. I think, Madam Deputy Clerk, I think we might need a motion to go over 4 hours.
Thank you. Moved by Clark, seconded by Bard. It is recommended that Rule 14.19A, as per the Consolidated Procedural Bylaw Number 2017-165, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement.
All in favor, reluctantly? The motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Application 2023B04, Paul Weber, 3325 Line 4 North. This public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed application by Paul Weber on lands municipally known as 3325 Line 4 North. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed application. Madam Deputy Clerk, has there been correspondence received on this matter?
Correspondence received from the Township of Oro-Medonte Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated April 18, County of Simcoe Planning Department, April 26, and Enbridge Gas, Inc., dated April 27, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Danielle Waters, planner, who will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed application and any written statement received from the applicant. Ms. Waters, please.
Thank you. This is consent application 2023-B04 for 3325 and 3315 Line 4 North. The zoning is agricultural rural. The official plan designation is rural. And so the two properties in their current effect are residential. The vacant portion is the one that is subject to the boundary adjustment, which we can see in later slides. Next slide. So the purpose of this application is for a boundary adjustment, which is near the rear of the property. So it has no frontage onto the road, and is irregular. It's approximately 3.5 acres that will be merged with 3315 Line 4 North to create two properties, one being about 19 acres and one being about 7 acres. So there's no new lot being created, just a boundary adjustment here. Next slide. So here we can see with the numbers on it, 3325, and then 3315 is kind of that little notch out there. So the proposal is to take 3315 just straight back to that rear lot line. And so just that boundary being moved over a bit. Next slide. So the zonings of the property is agricultural rural. In the current township official plan, the designation is rural. In the adopted official plan, it is greenlands with a bit of rural, which you can see will reflect the county official plan of greenlands and rural. Next slide. And here's the consent application. So kind of two versions of it, one with the aerial and one with the survey done. So we can see the beneficiary lot, so 3315. The lands highlighted in red is the lands to be added, and then the blue is the retained lot. Next slide. So south and north on line 4, as well as the notice sign being posted. So this is the benefiting lands of 3315. So the property further south on line 4. My apologies, I did not grab a photo of the house as the applicant was outside, so I was chatting with them. But we can see on the photo on the left, kind of just at the end of the driveway is where the existing dwelling is. This is the benefiting lands. The photo to the right is kind of the extent of the rear yard of the benefiting lands. It does go a little bit past that into the forest, but the merged lands will just continue straight back further into the forest there. Next slide. And this is the retained lands. So the property further to the north on line 4, a view from the road, a view of the existing dwelling, and just kind of the rear lots of the property with an existing accessory building. And then a quick walk into the forest, the severed and merged lands here, the photo to the left being on 3325, to be merged with the property on the right-hand side here, which is 3315. Next slide. So after reviewing all the policies, planning staff are prepared to recommend approval. I did want to draw your attention to, I think it's the next slide, Derek. Yeah, number condition C. So the agent has brought to our attention that the road at that section of 3315 perhaps may be the required width that it needs to be of the 23 meters. I've reached out to Justin Metris, but he is, I believe, on vacation and has not been able to provide a change in that request for that 3-meter road widening. If it is approved tonight and Justin is able to provide a change in his opinion for that 3-meter road widening, whether it's required or not, a simple email from him will satisfy that condition for planning staff. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, and I believe that the agent is there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. I'll now ask Corey Chisholm, who is registered to speak to the application, if he wishes to provide any comment or indicate if he has anything further to be added to the staff presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Corey Chisholm. I'm a partner with MHBC Planning in Barrie. I'm here before you this evening on behalf of two clients, Paul Weber, the owner of the larger lot, as well as Nick Lecule, who's in attendance here, the owner of the beneficiary lot. I would just like to thank township staff for all their assistance and efforts on the file. I did prepare a brief presentation this evening, but with the thoroughness of Ms. Waters' presentation, I don't think there was anything additional in mind that she didn't already cover. I think the application's pretty straightforward. We're just adjusting some of that vacant land in the back between the two existing residential properties. Happy to answer any questions you may have. And like I mentioned, the owner of the beneficiary lot's also here and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chisholm. Just stand by. Any questions? Seeing none. Ask township staff, Madam Deputy Clerk, is there anybody registered to speak, either in person or in Zoom?
Yes, the additional person that Mr. Chisholm had referenced had also registered to be available to provide comments if he would like to provide any. Nick Lukuker, I'm sorry.
Close, like we did. It's okay.
Thank you.
No comments, just a thanks for staying so late.
Okay, thank you very much. No comment. Anyone in chambers who wishes to provide comment to this matter? Seeing none. Any further communications with regard to this matter during the hearing?
None received, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, may we have the motion read, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-039, Danielle Waters, Planner, Reconsent Application 2023-B04, Paul and Slaumira Weber, 3325, Line 4 North, 3315, Line 4 North, be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2023-B04 to permit a boundary adjustment having a lot frontage of 0 meters, 0 feet, an irregular lot depth and an area of approximately 1.4 hectares, 3.5 acres, to be added to the property located at 3315, Line 4 North, be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-039. 3, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary-Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much. All in favor, please? Motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes the hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the application. Thank you. Application 2023B06 and 2023B06. I just want to confirm that these should have, okay, it apparently has the same number. George Hosrich, municipal address of 1146 Line 5 South, 1160 Line 5 South, and 7 Simcoe Avenue. I get it now. The public hearing is being held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act to obtain public comments with respect to the proposed applications by George Hosrich on lands municipally known as 1146 Line 5 South, 1160 Line 5 South, and 7 Simcoe Avenue. Please be advised that this hearing is being digitally recorded for the purposes of the creation of a public record. Only after comments are received from the public, township staff, and requested agencies will the Development Services Committee make a decision on the proposed applications. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any communications with regard to this application?
Yes, correspondence from the Township of Oro-Medonte, Manager of Development Engineering and Operations Division, both dated April 19, County of Simcoe Planning Department, April 26, and Township of Oro-Medonte Building Division, dated April 27, and Enbridge Gas, Inc., dated May 1st, 2023.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn the meeting over to Catherine McCarroll. Intermediate Planner will explain the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and any written statement received from the applicant.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks. So the property includes 3 addresses. So 1146 Line 5 South, 1160 Line 5 South, and 7 Simcoe Avenue. The property is zoned shoreline residential, and it's designated shoreline in both the township's existing and the adopted official plans. The current use of the property is residential. Next slide. So the purpose of the consent applications is to recreate the lots that had inadvertently merged in title. So consent application 2023-B05 is to recreate 1146 Line 5 South. So the frontage would be approximately 30.5 meters. The depth would be approximately 38.7 meters. The area would be approximately 0.12 hectares, and the proposed use is vacant. Although the applicant isn't proposing to build on that lot, they can sell it and it could be used for future residential use. And then the lands to be retained, those measurements include both severance applications. So once both severance applications are done, the frontage would be approximately 38.1 meters. The depth would be approximately 38.7 meters. The area would be approximately 0.15 hectares, and the use is residential. Next slide. So consent, oh, we skipped one. There we go, thanks. Consent application 2023 B06 is to recreate 1160 line 5 south. So the dimensions are the same as the other lot. So frontage of 30.5 meters, depth of 38.7 meters, and an area of approximately 0.12 hectares. Next slide. So this is an aerial photo of the property. The property is outlined in red, but you can actually see the 3 lots that they're proposing to recreate, and the lots are just marked by those gray lines. And the dwelling is located on the retained lands, which is 7 Simcoe Avenue. Next slide. So this is a zoning map. So as you can see here, the property is zoned shoreline residential. Next slide. So the map on the left is the Township Official Plan land use designations, which shows that the property is designated shoreline. It's also designated shoreline on the middle map, which is the Township Adopted Official Plan. And the map on the right-hand side is the County Official Plan land use map, where the property is designated rural. Next slide. So these are the applicant's consent sketches. So the map on the left shows consent 2023 B05, which is to recreate 1146 line 5 south. And then the map on the right shows consent application 2023 B06, which is to recreate 1160 line 5 south. Next slide. So these are photos looking both north and south along line 5 south, and that's in front of the 2 lots to be severed. Next slide. And then these are the views looking both north and south along Simcoe Avenue in front of the retained lands. Next slide. So these are the public notice signs that were posted in front of the 2 lots to be severed. Next slide. So the photo on the left shows lands to be severed to recreate 1146 line 5 south, and then the image on the right shows the lot to be severed to recreate 1160 line 5 south. Next slide. So this is a photo of the existing dwelling on the lands to be retained. Next slide. So it's recommended that consent applications 2022 B05 and 2023 B05 and 2023 B06 be approved, as the applications conform to and are consistent with the applicable provincial, county, and township policies, and they represent good planning. So all of the recommended conditions are listed on this slide and the following 3 slides. So I recommended a condition that the applicants apply for a minor variance to recognize the reduced lot sizes for all 3 lots, the 2 severed lots and the retained lot. Otherwise, they're all standard conditions. So I'm available if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McCarroll. Has the applicant registered to speak to the applications? Do they have any comments to indicate or anything further to add to the staff report?
No registration was received, but perhaps they are in the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you the applicant? Please come forward, state your name.
I am George Havrish, and I have nothing relevant to submit at this time. Of course, I'd be pleased to respond to any concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any concerns or questions from the committee members? Seeing none? Are there any parties registered to speak either on Zoom or in person to this matter?
No, there were no additional registrations received.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in chambers who wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none? Any additional correspondence received during the course of the meeting?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Madam Deputy Clerk, may I have the motion, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Greenlaw. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-032, Catherine McCarroll, Intermediate Planner, read consent applications 2023 B05 and 2023 B06 by George Hushresh, 1146 Line 5 South, 1160 Line 5 South, and 7 Simcoe Avenue be received and adopted. 2, that consent application 2023 B05 to permit the creation of a new residential lot consisting of a severed parcel having an area of approximately 0.12 hectares, 0.29 acres, and a frontage of approximately 30.5 meters, 100.0 feet, and a retained parcel having a lot area of approximately 0.27 hectares, 0.66 acres, and a frontage of approximately 30.5 meters, 100.0 feet on Line 5 South, and a frontage of 38.1 meters, 125.0 feet on Simcoe Avenue be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-032. 3, that consent application 2023 B06 to permit the creation of a new residential lot consisting of a severed parcel having an area of approximately 0.12 hectares, 0.29 acres, and a frontage of approximately 30.5 meters, 100.0 feet, and a retained parcel having a lot area of approximately 0.15 hectares, 0.36 acres, and a frontage of approximately 38.1 meters, 125 feet, be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in DS 2023-032, and 4, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Secretary Treasurer's signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. All those in favor? The motion is carried. This completes the application process and closes this hearing. The committee wishes to thank all those in attendance for your participation. A copy of the decision will be mailed to the applicant, agent, and anyone who has submitted written comments or provided oral comments during the hearing in regards to the applications. Thank you very much and have a good evening. That closes the hearings for this evening, and we have reports of municipal officers. Item 7A, DS 2023009, Daniel Waters, Planner RE 2023ZBA02, Level Design Inc., Zoning Bylaw Amendment 529, Mount St. Louis Road West, included as item 5A on the April 5th council agenda. May we please have a motion for item 7A, please, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. It is recommended, one, that DS 2023-009, Danielle Waters, Planner, re 2023 ZBA 02, Level Design Inc., Zoning Bylaw Amendment 529, Mount St. Louis Road West, be received and adopted. 2, that zoning bylaw amendment application 2023 ZBA 02, specifically to rezone the subject lands from agricultural rural exception 96 ARU 96 zone to agricultural rural exception 340 ARU 340 zone on the lands located at 529 Mount St. Louis Road West, Township of Oro-Medonte, be approved. 3, that the appropriate draft bylaw be brought forward for council's consideration. 4, that the applicant be advised of committee's decision under the Director, Development Services signature.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none, may I call for the vote, please? All in favor? Motion is carried. Item 7B, ES 2023-06, Michelle Jacoby, Director, Environmental Services, and David Saunders, Management, Development, Engineering, Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Process. May we please have the motion for item 7B, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Moved by Greenlaw, seconded by Young. It is recommended that ES 2023-06, Michelle Jacoby, Director, Environmental Services, and David Saunders, Manager, Development Engineering, read Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, Municipal Class Environment Assessment Process be received.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none. I'm wondering, Ms. Jacoby, if you could give a brief summary of examples of what impacts the legislation would have and where it would streamline the process by way of example as opposed to legislative comment.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Just to give the committee a little bit of background here, since 2019, the ministry has actually been working on amending the environmental assessment framework in an effort to just modernize this historical process. The ministry has been working and focusing on mostly eliminating duplication in an effort to reduce delays on low-risk projects. The item in our staff report today reflects the newest posting on the environmental registry on this topic, and it's specifically related to improving timelines for low-risk municipal infrastructure projects and reducing duplication, mostly related to the municipality's relationship and requirement to other legislative planning processes, require provincial authorizations for municipal projects. As noted in our staff report, the environmental assessment process will continue to protect the environment. The proposals outlined are for predominantly low-risk projects. Major projects, as way of an example, those related to constructing new infrastructure, building new drinking water systems, expanding existing sewage treatments, altering outfall areas, acquiring property would still continue to follow under the historical EA process and would require what we refer to as Schedule B and C projects. So those are not impacted by the amendments that are put forth in this particular posting. By way of an example, low-risk projects, which in the past would be items that we would refer to as Schedule A projects, are generally related to maintenance activities. As an example, when we're talking about drinking water or treatment or distribution, that would be items like ongoing maintenance activities, installation or replacement of backup power, cleaning, repairs, renovations, other things that don't relate necessarily to the capacity or any type of new infrastructure. Again, with water, another example would be activities that would normally fall under our regular treatment processes, or installing new service connections, maintenance related to hydrants, service lines, treatments, plants, pumps, distribution mains, things like that. If anyone has any specific questions that they have or examples that they'd like to run by me, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jacoby. Any comments with regard to that? Seeing none? Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call the matter to a vote. All in favor? Carried. Item 7C, the minor variance application 2023-A03, David and Danielle Nicoletta, 67A, Huron Woods Drive, from March 1st, 2023 Development Services Committee meeting to be deferred from May 3rd, 2023 Development Services Committee meeting. This hearing was previously deferred at the last committee meeting. Do you have any comments, Director Whitlib, with regard to this matter?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the committee, perhaps simply as a bit of an update. Since the snow has left the landscape, the The applicant's agent did meet on site with township operations staff. Together, they reviewed the sight lines. Again, under those conditions, took some measurements. My understanding is that confirmed staff's initial assessment of deficient sightline distances along the curve of the road there. So where that has left off is it's staff's understanding that the applicants and their agent are considering their options. We still anticipate that they'll come back with a proposal of some sort, depending on what that request is. If the changes to the application are material in nature such that a further public meeting is required, that's a possibility. Otherwise, the matter would be in its current form or similar form brought back to the committee for a decision at a future date.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitlip. Okay, that closes off item 7C. I'd just like to note that the next meeting date is June 7th, 2023. I would like to call a motion to adjourn. May we please have that motion?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 9:41 p.m.
All in favor? The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. And thank you especially to staff for maintaining their vigilance during this lengthy meeting. Mayor Greenlaw, back to you for the council meeting following the Development Services Committee meeting.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Lavoie. May I call this? I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, may I please have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 be received and adopted.
All in favor? That's carried. May we have a motion to adopt the agenda, Madam Clerk? Well, that was just what we did, right? Sorry, I'm going repeating here. This isn't good. I'm trying to elongate things a bit. Does anyone have any pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none, may we please have a motion for the minutes of the previous council meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Any changes to the minutes that anyone has to make? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. May we please have a motion to approve the recommendations of tonight's DSC meeting, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that the recommendations of the Development Services Committee meeting held on Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023 be adopted.
All in favor? That is carried. May we please have a motion for the bylaw for item 5A, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-018 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the Deputy Clerk, signed and sealed by the Mayor.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. May we have a motion to adjourn, Madam Clerk? Or sorry, my apologies. May we please have a motion for the confirmation bylaw?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2023-031, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, be engrossed by the Deputy Clerk, signed and sealed by the Mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. And now may we have a motion to adjourn, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:43 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Lavoie.